Alright, hey there, here, and we are back and sleepy with more Pillars of Eternity, where we continue on with Act 3 questing, or at least avoiding the main quest. Last time, we explored a dungeon that didn't yield any major treasures of note because we decided to help a creepy spider person. Found out one of the people that we killed from the start of the game managed to revive somehow. Killed them pretty quickly too. Helped out Pelagina and Sagani with their quests, which may not end up too well in the long term for them. Well, maybe for Sagani. But yeah, with Pelagina, she changed the terms of the deal that she was supposed to negotiate. Something a bit more favorable than Durwood, which may mean she'd be getting kicked out of the Valiant Republic. As for Sagani, turns out that the person she had been looking for reincarnated as an elk and had been hunted down for food. So, not quite the reunion she was hoping for. And then we helped out a few people in the Twin Elms, helped a Valiant merchant who had got ripped off, or at least claimed to be ripped off, get back some of his money, and yeah, currently we are helping a hunter whose brother went out on a bit of a cooperative hunt with another tribe. Tried to find out why he went to voluntary exile. Which it turns out was because he's actually dead, and he died because he tried to solo hunt a creature that was supposed to be the target of a cooperative hunt. He tried to solo hunt it. He actually succeeded, but ended up dying from his wounds. However, the situation is a bit more complicated, as the person he was hunting with ended up taking all the credit and not reporting the death. So there's some suspicion that maybe he did not save the guy or had some sort of other knowledge of him dying. But either way, both of them caused problems on this. Then we also found clues that Theos, well, not really clues, but confirmation that Theos was here. He entered into a tower in this area, and it was reported that he blocked off the path, so we have to head over to the burial isle and jump down into a pit after praying to some gods for a bit of divine intervention if we want to catch up with them. But before all that, we still have quite a few things to explore. We have to finish exploring the North Well. Let's see what's going on here. Continue exploring the Elm Reach area, Old Song as well as, and also we have to help out Harabius with his little quest. Oh yeah, and was it the last time or the time before? But yeah, the Grieving Mother, we completed her quest as well. Might have been last time, or yeah, yesterday's stream. But yeah, part of her deal was that when the Hollowborn children started to be born, she kind of manipulated the mothers into thinking that the children were completely normal, and it kind of extended to the rest of the people in the village. So a whole lot of problems with that when the strain of maintaining that illusion became too much and people started finding out. And some of the mothers ended up dying because they spent too much time trying to take care of the Hollowborn children. So it seems like she's trying to make a bit of amends for that. So I'm not sure how well that is ultimately going to work out for her. Yeah, so for now, all we have left for companion quest is just Durant and Haravius. Durant is, yes, a timing issue. Although, maybe something will pop up if we talk to him. No, never mind.
If doubts and curiosity plague you,
About the region and its history,
on the wrong door.
Yeah, more about you. And then, anyways, Haravius is just meeting with some druids. So for now, yeah, just continue exploration of this place before we deal with trying to track down Theos. Shouldn't take too long. We did enhance the fights a bit because we were reportedly over leveled for this. But aside from one early fight, which turned out to be a bounty, fights haven't been that dangerous.
I understand.
And we did explore most of this, I believe. Yeah, a few parts over here, but otherwise, all explored. Yeah, bunch of bears.
I'll stay out of sight.
They're gone. Alright, that one ran away. Get that one then.
I understand.
On the hunt. Now this I haven't seen before.
So what is all this? Clouds above the cliffs of the north will reflect on the iridescent surface of this pillar of Audra. Alright, looting a shrine. A winding stair hugs the cliffside, providing an impressive view as you work your way higher and higher. Not too far along the path, however, you find your progress interrupted. A large boulder appears to have fallen onto the road from somewhere up above, and it now sits squarely in your way. Examine. The boulder is nearly flush with the cliff face, preventing you from passing by on that side. Along the edge of the cliff, however, there's a narrow space just wide enough to follow across to the other side. The boulder's landing has crushed the steps beneath it, however. Yeah, trying to sneak around the side doesn't seem to be that safe. Really, hammer and chisel. That is a huge boulder. Is that even going to do anything? Proves a slow and weary endeavor, especially when several sections of the boulder prove too hard to carve through. Forcing you to aim elsewhere after a long while, your efforts pay off, and a section of the boulder splits away. Oh, nice. Maybe you hear the echoing clatter of the rocks tumbling down the cliff on the side of the cliff. The sound seems to stir something overhead. A shadow crosses the path quick as lightning and vanishes before you can catch a glimpse of what has cast it. But you do see the rapidly growing silhouette of several more rocks flung down at you from above. What? Someone's above? Scrambling to action, the party ducks under a small rocky protrusion along the cliff face. Rock Grieving Brother stumbles and is left just short of the shelter. A sudden hailstorm of fist-sized rocks and scattered debris rain down upon them. Battered and bruised, Grieving Mother leaps the final distance to safety. After a short while, the thundering rumble of falling stones fade away. Your ordeal past, you continue your climb, and the rest of the journey proceeds without incident. At last you find yourself at the base of a final twisting set of steps, above which you can see the towering pillars of Hylia's nest. Right. Right. So who's throwing stones? Temple of Hylia. Oh yeah, we were supposed to ask the gods for at least pray to them for help in pursuing Theos.
To whispers and shadows.
Done some rather severe injuries on you. Minus to intellect, minus to resolve, and minus for constitution. That is quite severe. Oh yeah, we had Enjoy's weapon. Reaching the next step, we need to somehow get 28 might. Okay, so what can we get with food? Okay, I can get +2 might with this. Then I think we get an additional +2 might from one of our buildings at our stronghold. Don't remember if food buffs stack or not. If it's only the differences or if the same buffs might stack. Well, we have plenty of resources. I mean, well, not a whole lot of eggs, but we can still try it out. Yeah, but still the most +2 might from that. Can we get anything from potions? Any might boost from potions? Maybe not. And also some spells that can help out with that. And there's always armor as well. Might have to look at some of the gear on our other people. Yeah, additional +2 might with this. So at least 6. So what do we need? We need 13. Oh, +4 might, but that's a helm which you can't wear. Anything with accessories. No, that's intellect. A lot of concentration, a lot of endurance bonuses. Oh, +3 might with this one. So at least +9. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get 4 more. Oh, there's one that gives you a bit of a buff. Minor avatar. Yeah, plus 8 might with this one. Okay, so if we go into combat, the food buffs. Yeah, so it's plus 8, so it'd be. Do we actually get it right now without having to return for rest? Plus 2 might with that one. Oh, hey, chef achievement. Create 5 or more different food items. Okay, so we got that one. We have the egg. Let's see, then what was it? Oh, hey, tiny beetle pet. Plus 2 mites, and then this one's plus 3. No, never mind, this one's plus 2. Look at the plus 3 one. So it's 2, that'd be 4, 7, and then the buff would be 15.
I understand.
And hopefully whatever is up here isn't too difficult. Oh.
Sweet mother of Gallowayne, that's an impressive beast. Think we can slay it?
Right, so this may not work. As you reach the summit of the mountain, a gust of wind stirs the air. You hear a noise like the snapping of sails, and the sky is briefly blotted out. A dragon lands before you, shaking the ground beneath your feet. It draws itself up to its full height and spreads its wings, barring your passage. Its neck, its back, and the ridge of its spine are covered with magnificent plumage. It hisses at you, and while the sound is like any language you've ever heard, its meaning is utterly clear.
Invading my nest, threatening my hatchling. You shall feed my young.
A small worm crouches in a corner of the temple behind the dragon. Well, we have been rather friendly to most of the dragons we've encountered, so might be able to talk our way through this. Be careful, Watcher. Her mind is on edge, not with hunger, but with fear. That is a little more dangerous than a mother defending her offspring. So, yeah, young here, this is a temple dedicated to a goddess, not your hatchery. Heat from the beast roars, sears her face, it lashes in a flurry of scales and feather. Okay, wrong answer. But at least we can see if this is actually going to work. He may knock prone. You can. You're also
Your thoughts must flow deeply
not immune to
indeed.
mind control.
Ready, Watcher.
Do you have any summons we can use?
Yeah?
Oh, you had something over here. Oh, unavailable during combat? Really? I only did 13, so might be able to get it with this one then. Now you're terrified. Might. Are we at Might 26? No, that's what we're aiming for. We're at 15. Yeah, okay, so this works. This is whether or not going to be able to survive.
That didn't work. Need to try something.
Some of these songs with the lightning. Well, we fought through all our kids, not only just her.
I'm ready.
Alright, Rance, you're back. You can do a bit of resurrection as well.
Need something?
Right, you're back. Yeah, the suns are a bit too much. Get a bit of spawn enemy on her. Pray. Alright. More buffing. How are you with lightning? Yeah, just continue casting your heals. That's supposed to be the resurrection. Try that again. Barely injured. Yeah, not going to work. Dragons, still tough to fight. Oh, well, really wasn't expecting much from that.
I understand. And now the fun begins.
Try this again. So you have Young here.
I will protect my last hatchling to the death, and that death will be yours, rodent.
You find a different place to make your nest. Highly is the goddess of motherhood actually. Is she now?
And of the sky and all winged creatures, even my kind know of her.
So is that why you came here?
I came to care for my remaining hatchling. My kind requires territory. Few places are safe for our young. This is a lesson that cost me the rest of my brood.
Your offspring will kill many if you stay. You have to leave. Or you should stay. Raising your offspring here would honor Hylia. I mean, if she is goddess of sky and wind creatures as well as, where is it? Then of motherhood, then yeah. Yeah, they just say raising your offspring here would honor Hylia.
So be it. Go then, and with my thanks.
The dragon slowly lowers its wings, watching you carefully. It grunts and lowers itself onto all fours. Proving mother's eyes are warm, approving. Truly, you are full of surprises and rare insights. Cool. And get smooth out of this, though. Or are you going to attack us if we get too close to anything? Alright, so that's stealing. Okay, so nothing we can do now. We did see, was it a shrine or temple of Hylia? Down at... Yeah, down in Old Song when we're passing through.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Right, so Northwell, that was fully explored, I think. No, there's a cave that we have to explore. Other than that, though, I think everything was actually explored. Anything here? We could try just randomly killing the elder antelope. Oh, and the hunters are gone. Alright, so I was going in this cave hill. Oh hey, forest looker. Yeah, plus 8 might. Become the minor avatar. Only 26. Is 28. What are we missing? Yeah, so it's at 15. 18. Yeah, the avatar should have put it up to 26. And then this one will be 28. Where did we lose 2 from? Yeah, it should have been enough. Yeah, 18. Something's not counting. Yeah, so 15 now. Yeah, so those two should be 20. Oh, is there only one piece of gear that counts then? Okay, did not know that. Yeah, gonna put that back then. See, 300 seconds, that should be fine.
Good.
20, and then yeah, the after our buff should put us up the rest of the way.
Yes. That
Yeah?
Cramped. May 26. What? Oh, the food wore off. Might is... No, the food is actually still there. Yeah, so the avatar buff only gave +8 or +6 for some reason.
Good.
Well, that's annoying. Can we rest to get a might buff? Heal, multiplier, movement, no. Just one more time. Maybe we can get another buff added. Yeah, my avatar +8.
What?
Is there something you can do? Yeah, +10 might with this one. Yeah, and I only went it up to 28. Yeah, something's odd with these calculations. says you're most likely to die. Really, can't martyr you. Oh, fallen ally. There we go. Alright, so Durance's weapon got upgraded. Grants Lengroth has displaced image when hit by a critical hit. 2 per encounter. That's a bit of a defense there. Yeah, 10% chance for domination on hit or critical hits. Next unlock at 15 triggers of the domination effect. And steadfast, all abilities unlock immunity to terrified. Cool. Terrified and friend. Would have definitely been useful against the dragon fight if we were to fight her again. But otherwise, more accuracy, more damage. Yeah, and the ability, the chance to cast Sunlance on hit or critical hit. Alright. All pretty good. Nice upgrades.
Oh?
And upgrade you switch back to your regular gear. Yeah, so what was this place about?
I see much.
Some stocking boots. And yeah, stocking boots. Cave coral. Yeah, not a whole lot. Now that should be everything in this part explored. Up to town. Let's see, next part of the main quest is actually in this area where we have to pray. Then the entry that we're going to is over the burial. So let's head over to the old song. Yeah, I think this is where we need to go to deal with Haravis's quest. And hold on, be right back.
Do you have feathers everywhere?
It's Josie.
You know, does your tiara match your tail feathers?
We're about to find out if your viscera match your fur.
Forget I said anything. I rather value my viscera.
Ah, he's quite rude. Anyways, yeah, be right back.
I'll stay out of sight.
Alright. Back and... yeah, Helios Shrine. Oh yeah, we should report to that guy's brother. Yeah, I should probably do that first. And we never found that other bounty. Yeah, this Rabs' quest, Rance's quest. Alright, this is the one with the Alpine Dragon. Yes. Oh yeah, sealed missive. Right, so something like that. Anyways, War Chief Iklak. Camp in the Valewood. Where is the Valewood? Yeah, I've not found a place like that. Anyways, first off, let's deal with the delivering message first. Oh, who's that going to be supposed to deliver to? Member of his order, they should be staying at the Celestial Sapling. Right, he did not say who. I hope the guy who told us about the resurrected Radric is gone. Renato, you're the valiant noble who got scammed or claimed to get scammed. Though it may just be because you're a bit too old for your rectal dysfunction pill to work. Okay, so hi monk. What kind of monks are you anyways? This monk massages his temple, his face buried in his palm. As you approach, he looks up. This room needs a proper door, he mutters. My brothers and I rented this space so that we may have some measure of privacy in this foreign land. Perhaps you could find another room here in the inn. Right, first off, what brings you to this place? We travel where the teachings take us. Monk mutters, his voice slow and measured. Not that is any of your business. So, who are you? Briefly opening his mouth to answer, the monk swallows his words. He looks you up and down, carefully choosing a response. My brothers and I were having a private discussion in a room we rented for our use. Please, there's a tavern full of people who would provide you with the banter you seek. Why aren't you answering what kind of monk you are? They are suspicious.
Gods keep you.
Anything we can ask about them? Or is it just background information? Yeah. It's background information. I have more like a word with you.
Gods keep you.
see. Slender woman in dusty leathers locks eyes with you. It's good to see someone from more civilized lands around here. Her unkempt hair sprouts in wavy black tufts, and despite the fine features that sculpt her face, the cleft chin completes her boyish appearance. I'm learning firsthand the many shortcomings of Glenfathan hospitality. Her gloved hands come to rest in the pommel of a long estoc clinched low on her hip. Or cinched low on her hip. I can almost forget the hostility towards outsiders, but the temperate taverns and these watered-down drinks inexcusable. I don't seem to afford, but I need help to find my friends, and you look like the right person to help. Right person for the job. A sly smile carves a dimple on her cheek. Which is to say, you're not Glenfathan, making you the closest thing I have to an ally in this paranoid land. And allies, well, they help each other, though they not. First off, who are you? The woman passes the dust off her leggings and gives you exaggerated curtsy. Better leave my ambassadorial manners. She flashes a mocking smile. I'm Gwyneth. Pleasure to meet you. She lifts an eyebrow with a blushing smirk. For the time being, I'm just another Estimar minding her own business. Yeah, so many people just being suspicious. So what exactly do you need help with? My friends have drawn some unwanted attention. When it looks to both sides, scanning for uninvited listeners. Glenfathan scouts, and not just any mob of local zealots, the Fangs. He pauses to let the names out on the air. The Fangs are brutal, relentless bunch, eager to make an example of troublesome outsiders. As for why I need your help, her smile widens as she speaks. I need someone to warn the expedition that trouble is coming. I need someone ready to fight if it comes to that. She taps her hand on the pommel of her stock. Then her luck will reach my friends before the Fangs do. But if not, the Fangs have a reputation to hold, so this might require spilling blood. Oh, are you guys breaking into the ruins? Alright, so about your expedition. I'd like to think we're on a mission of reclamation. She does a shrewd smile. It is said that our armies left behind many valuables in their hasty retreat from Glenfath at the end of the War of Black Trees. So the way I see it, we're simply gathering up what our ancestors left behind. I doubt the Glenfathans agree with me on this, she added with a dimpled grin. My expedition set out from Defiance Bay, heading directly east across into Glenfathan lands. I sped off once we arrived at the Bale, the natural frontier between our nations. The plan was for me to keep my eyes on the Glenfathans while the main group scoured the target area. For days we eluded them. She walks her fingers over the back of her leather glove, leaving a trail on its dusty surface. But the Fangs got wise to her presence. Right, your friends are trespassing by local custom, they're criminals. That is true. Yes, what exactly did they do to draw attention? Just seeing foot in our Glenfathan is a good way to offend the tribes. I don't know how they picked up our trail. I suspect one of our newer scouts didn't cover his tracks well enough. When I spotted the Fangs, they were tracing a path the expedition had taken days before. On one hand, the Glenfathans are rather extreme in the protection of the ruins. On the other hand, they are blatantly violating the laws. So why aren't you with the rest of your friends? Posture 7's at the question. It's my turn to handle the far patrol. I spotted the Fangs on my trek back to camp. I knew that rejoining the main group would risk leading the enemy right back to the expedition. I know the woods and I know how to stay quiet. I didn't want to stake my friends' lives on my ability to sneak past expert hunters like the Fangs. If they noticed me warning my friends, we'd have been overrun. When it tilts their head to the side and points to the grid, but they notice me and some reinforcements like, say, you, at least then we can scare them off or put up a good fight. Yeah, you're kinda willfully doing this. I mean, if they had asked for permission, that'd be a different matter. But as they are violating the laws, no. Forgive me if I'm not sympathetic with face painters and the barbaric laws. I'm not pretending that what we're doing is null. I just don't believe trespassing is a crime that warrants execution. True, but that kinda doesn't matter, though, when you're dealing with other people's customs. The time is of the... She puts a gloved finger on her mouth and stops off. I understand your admiration, but I hope to reconsider, and soon. Yeah, that is a bit unfortunate for them. Says about the wages. So about that scroll we had. Oh, those are so many Zarb spears. Oh yeah, we still need to find a skilled blacksmith to reforge this blade. There it is. Yeah, 5 symbols. Yeah, they all are armed, so might end up in a fight. At least should be prepared for it.
Hail, traveler!
Met the monk in robes like yours. He died of his wounds right as I found him. The monk's eyes widened, his first curl in a crackling barrage of popping joints. Robes like ours, you say? Was he carrying anything? Did he tell you anything? Hand you anything? Please, we've been waiting for another of our order to meet us here. And we found him. All eyes fall to the floor as the monk began to whisper chants in unison to the fallen friend. Alright, I don't remember if the monk actually recognized Joy or not, though. Because these people might be part of the Linen Key, might not be. Yeah, it's about the missive. Tell me that, the monk exclaims as he snatches the missive from your grasp. Almost immediately his face turns red. I mean, please. This is of great importance. Breaking the seals, the monk unrolls the handwritten scroll contained within. Glenn reads the message. His lips are breathlessly mouthing the text. He turns to address his brothers. My brethren, the arch martyr has sent word, and at long last we have what we need. Thank you, stranger, the monk says, folding his hands in front of him as he bows deeply. Your honest soul is to be plotted. I admit I was surprised when you handed me the message. I expected the seals to be broken. The monk turns red, his face smiling for the first time. I'm glad to see common decency and not yet lost from the world. He reaches into the fold of his robe. Here, your honesty must be rewarded. Island Brachia. Small shield. Range grazes reflect back at attacker. Hey there, Scotty. So we remove bash And slightly less deflection, though. The quality is superb for this one. As for this one, it's fine. Okay, so it's actually lower quality then. Basically some Oddra Dragon scale if we wanted to get up to superb. Let's just at least get it to exceptional, then we can use this for now. Slightly less deflection, but apparently bash isn't as good as it sounds. Although, we freeze. Oh, but it is a rest ability, and it's, yes, a cone. We can keep it for now. Alright, so with that delivered, hopefully it wasn't something terrible.
I always assumed Glonfathen's preferred traditional weaponry. Yet you seem uneasy with the bow.
Oh, I was a great shot when I had 2 eyes. I'm much worse now. It's hard for me to judge distances.
Well, you have the luxury of being able to catch dinner without the need of a bow.
Exactly. Why aren't more women complimenting me on that?
Right, so where's that guy we need to talk to? Yeah, Redai.
Tread carefully, Estermore.
Okay, we concluded my task. Time to speak with the Adamfath. What did you see? Where's Fjorm? Redai. Redai takes 6 steps forward. Tell me. Redai, the huntress, thrust her palm between your neckbane. The truth belongs to all of us, even Arthwin. You know this. Redai hesitates for a moment. He wipes the sweat off his face, leaving traces of red paint on his hands. I'm ready to share the truth with the Adamfath. He looks up. Then I'll make sure that so is Arthwin. Alright, share our findings. Oh, we're not being automatically taken there? Okay. No, not automatically? Okay. Our paths cross again. Gobbles on Anams. I've been investigating Fjorm's disappearance. Indeed, Arthwin and Redai have spoken of little else. I do not envy your position. Yet your testimony may resolve the tension between the keepers of the stone and twice split arrows. When we gather evidence, I'll call a hearing. Yeah, let's begin. I will summon Arthwin and Redai. Their fates and the names of their tribes depend on what you will reveal to us. Bethel stands at the head of a hall, lit from behind by dozens of candles. We cast a long shadow across the floor. We've gathered to weigh the claims of Arthwin and Redai in the matter of Fjorm's disappearance. To that end, we are honored by the presence of a Gauss on Anams, whose insight will help us render a verdict. Murmurs of astonishment echo from the front of the hut. Begin with Arthwin's claim. He asserts that Fjorm lured him into a confrontation with the Stelgar, and that he slew the beast on his own. Fjorm, he says, exiled himself, fearing that knowledge of his actions would heap shame on the keepers of the stone. As evidence, he brings a fang from the great Stelgar. On the other hand, Redai states that his brother was tricked and murdered by Arthwin during the hunt. A hunter of Fjorm's renown would not have fallen in the blood hunt, but by treachery. Her shadow flickers and dances in the candlelight. Oh, we might have been able to talk with, talk to the other guy. Which we never did. Yeah, we only talked to Redai. We probably could have talked to Arthwin, find from him exactly what happened. Because we are kind of missing a few things from this. Yeah, Fjorm is dead. What? Redai stares at you, his face contorted between surprise and anger. He turns to Arthwin. How, you puny weaklings, how? Donovan Fath whips her neck towards the tribesman. Do not forget your place. Redai's chest balloons, but he quickly lowers his chin in obedience. Arthwin's eyes dart from side to side. Donovan Fath continues. It saddens us to know the truth, but we must still reveal it deeper. If this is so, how did the giant Stelgar die? Well, Fjorm still... Yeah, he did kill the giant beast. Of course he did. Redai shakes his fist and looks at everyone in the hall. Arthwin is just a feeble hunter from the twice split arrows and a liar. Fur bristles along Bethel's arms. Silence. Her slitted pupils narrow as she regards you. And now we come to it. Claim the truth for the 6 tribes. Fjorm tricked Arthwin and fought the giant Stelgar by himself. They killed each other in their fight. Arthwin tried to cover Fjord's shame, but lied about besting the creature. Your words echo along the passage of the six to the solemn audience. Bethel nods. It is as you say. We thank you for sharing your truth with us. Nadamanfath turns to Arthwin and Redai. Brother of the tribes, let these wounded men go in peace and contemplate the shame brought into our hearth. Alright, speak with Nadamanfath. Galwas, Ananam, have a word with you. She turns back to you. A shame upon both tribes is not what I would have wanted, but we must learn to turn our faces to these hard truths if we are to survive the coming seasons. Your integrity is a boon to us. Please accept this with our thanks. Okay, not a bad outcome. What do we get? Sheathed in Autumn. And another major adventure. Hey, another sword. Unique one-handed. Good accuracy, boosted number of enemies engaged, and then freeze damage. Yeah, this would be good for a deer. As for the adventure... Right, you can go on the adventure, Zawa. Nope, okay, that's all we can talk to you about. We can't tell you about those people trespassing. Yep, and then no additional follow-up with those guys. Alright, nice little quest. Still not sure if we should help that lady.
Stelgar was on top of me, and I was face down in the dirt.
Arrow to the throat. That stops him.
What? No! I was spirit shifted, and she was in heat, so I aimed for the throat, but not with an arrow.
Really? You are a terrible person, Harabius. Let's see. I need some rest. Oh yeah, how's our reputation with this place? Alright, not bad, I guess. And general reputations are still fairly good. Oh, we got too passionate. Yeah, a bit too high on that one. No cruelty though. Well, anyways.
Good day to you.
Just renting a room. Oh, we could have gotten +2 mic from this. Or did we already get that?
Have a moment to talk.
Oh, Sagani,
A
what do you
deer in
want?
the middle of Air Glonfoth. And I wasted 5 years looking for it.
He doesn't seem to notice as Idamek licks her hand. You could not have known what you'd find. Really gain something from experience, at least you'll be back with your family. No, you couldn't have known what you'd find. That's hollowly, a small mercy.
I can't help but wonder what any of this meant. Whether Persoc's life with us even mattered when it could be covered up like tracks under new snow.
See, Persoc's life mattered to the people of the village. He could still return to Masuk one day. Everything in life is finite. He accomplished a lot in Masuk. Civilization is built upon choices and passions of individuals from one lifetime to the next. Every life is meaningful. This sounds very much like a preacher answer.
Maybe you're right. But from down here, it's hard to see those designs. Enough about me. How about you? Do you feel like you understand the purpose of your search for Theos?
I need to know what happened to my past and why it haunts me now. Closure with Theos will bring me peace. I'm still not sure. I need to fix the evil he's perpetrated in Deerwood. There is no purpose, but I have to find him to preserve my soul. Yeah, he has done a whole lot of evil to the Deerwood.
That's as good a reason as any. Anyway, Theos isn't getting any closer. I suppose we'd best keep after him.
Alright, let's go. I agree with Mother. How are you feeling after your little ordeal?
Bearing questions, Watcher.
No, okay, nothing new with you. Yeah, you're pretty much done.
If doubts and curiosity plague you,
Okay, maybe we're supposed to be asking you about some of these. Do you think there's any tie between the Hollowborn and the Godhammer? Well, we really know it's the Leaden Key.
Aethys was the god of rebirth, and his light does not fall on the Deerwood. I've heard some claim it's his doing, his death. It's closed the halls to new souls. I doubt it. The Hollowborn have their roots in the acts of men, women. I feel it.
Yeah, you keep those thoughts to yourselves. So, about the Hollowborn, about the Deerwood and surrounding nations, Zane's War, Godhammer. Yeah, I think all of this was something we asked about before.
Gods have taken flesh, in all respects, taking willing and unwilling vessels. It's not a violation, it's what gods do, as long as they accept all that comes with it. Men are weak. Gods, well, We showed old Widewen that he was flesh and blood, no matter how much light was pouring out of his farmer's hands. Took men of faith to build a weapon, a godhammer, judgment. Proved him dead at Halgot Citadel.
Yeah, I believe all this was everything we've already went over. Yeah, about them leading to the field and then eventually activate the Godhammer, killing them, and then all the pieces spreading all over the place.
We poured the Godhammer into its foundations with faith. We started saving the Aothasians from themselves, burning any that didn't die with their god. Heresy in Raed Ceres is one thing. Heresy here in the Deerwood comes with a more personal touch.
So you answer the crime with one of your own. If you fight the enemy long enough, you become them. So you just answer the crime with one of your own.
As I see it, every Aothasian who still lives in the Deerwood puts the nation at risk. Is another dagger held to the throat of our faith. Root them out, burn them, or send them back to Raed Ceres to wallow in the blood of their failure.
So nothing much with you.
I'm ready. Need something?
Yeah, we already got everything with you. Nothing unhighlighted, well, highlighted again. Yeah, so just be Horizon's deal now.
I understand.
Foster children. Smock.
They're obvious. Do people treat you badly? Because of how you look?
Are you kidding me? My face looks like a cautionary tale about the dangers of wild animals, and I'm even shorter than other Orlans my age. People just like to heckle me.
Don't ever let them. Be proud of who you are. They're the ones who should feel shame.
Oh, such nice words to say to him. And then he's going to open up his mouth later on and say something incredibly crass to you. Oh. Okay, what's that about? Solid iron bars. Hylia, priests. This is the temple, right? Oh, the shrine. Tasfat and Onwin. Two widows, a man and woman, wear colorful robes embroidered with a matching emblem, a winged egg. Apart from her clothing, they couldn't be more different. She folds her arms and continually scowls at the broken walls around them. He, on the other hand, mutters prayers, his shade-dappled face as tranquil as a cloudless sky.
Just how are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, hmm? This is a disgrace.
The woman rounds on her companion.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the winged terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor.
Right, about the winged terror. Guessing the dragon, right?
A dragon. One that has taken up residence in the Nest, the true temple of Helia, and slain many of her faithful. And one which a new one has been in favor of killing from the beginning.
But no, you advised caution. Now word spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Anumfoth's ransom for the job.
I told you a larger party wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the first half reached the top of the mountain, the second half would still be stuck in the pass. It'd be burned alive. Contrary to Anuin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon. But I suggest a smaller party, and one willing to seek Helia's blessing.
Yeah, we already talked to the dragon. We decided to let the dragon and its young stay.
Are you insane? There's no telling how many kit those monsters will kill. How could you let them live?
If the Queen of Birds saw fit to conceive such a creature in her own skies, then who are we to destroy it? This is not the outcome I have prayed for, but perhaps it is Helia's will nonetheless. Perhaps speaking to her at Terevron will illuminate the matter.
Alright, so question then. I think that kind of locks us out of getting Helia's prayer for our little trip. Yeah, so what we do now, we will continue our worship. We'll continue to work with Helia as always. As much as we treasure the nest as a legacy of the builders, it was only a place. He raises his hands. We still have the sky above us as much now as ever. And who knows, perhaps we shall reach even more of our devotees from here. Onwin only fumes. Sucks for you. Well then, who are we supposed to talk to for Harabius? Oh, more of these. Okay. Right, so I guess we're getting flashes back to when the Gwithans were trolling everything and torturing people. Okay, so the Gwithans being horrible wasn't just limited to Odd Noah. They were kind of horrible everywhere. Which may mean that my initial theory that the Gwithans brought the Glanfatans as slaves may have been correct. Moonfrosts. Might not be the druids Ravs is looking for. Visca, the pale elf, searches you with ice blue eyes. She shifts and knits her fingers together. Welcome to Noonfrost. Most of the temple is currently closed for sacred ceremonies to Rimgrand. She forces a smile and waves to the eastern doorway. The shrine is to your right. You're welcome to make your offerings to Rimgrand there, but the rest of the temple is off limits. It's about Rimgrand. He's a god of cold, entropy, and collapse. Many see him as a harsh god, but few recognize that he also gives it life in his own way. All things wind to a merciful end in his shadow, only to feed creation elsewhere. She frowns, nodding her lip, but he is a silent god and his ways are mysterious. To follow him is to accept inevitability without explanation. Beautiful Mother, in this matter and in legacy, it seems the gods are often silent when we most crave guidance. Mescal, her eyes dart between the two doors on the side of the room. If that's all... something seems a bit more pressing. Why is the temple closed? As I said, we're in the middle of sacred ceremonies, she enunciates carefully. They're rather complex and we don't permit outsiders to witness them. She glances at the elves over her shoulder. Others of our clan get rather touchy about them. This is why you should visit the shrine and take your leave. Yes, quite touchy. So, what are you doing here? The clan journeyed from the white that wents to pay homage to Rimgrand here at Noonfrost. We'd learned that this place had been abandoned for several years, and we felt it our duty to tend to one of our god's oldest temples. She rolls her shoulders back. It has been a long journey, but Rimgrand demands endurance, and no doubt he will reward us for ours. Zaganu's mouth is set in a grim frown. Hope it is. Alright, so nothing too serious at the moment then. Okay, so what was it? Was it to her left or our left? Oh, the shrine is to your right. No, not this way. Reaching beyond all doors if we're not trespassing against our will. Okay. Can we go down here? It's not a door. Each line and wrinkle of this warrior's weather-beaten frown has been chiseled from the ice. So that was stealing. Where's the shrine to interact with? No farther. Turn back and do not cross any doors. The halls beyond us belong to Rimgrant and its faithful. So this way? Part of this well is frozen solid, trapping small fish from the lake underneath the temple. Refracting light dapples the icy mirror behind this statue. The actual shrine then. Oh no, the shrine is right here. Yeah, but nothing to interact with.
I'll stay out of sight.
Or at least nothing producing an interaction. Alright, back later. Oh, random boats. Right, that's probably to... Yeah, Burial Isle. Hospitality consumed by the Pale Elves. Right, so that kind of overseeing the welcome. Captain Estermore, what do you need? Nothing. Farewell. For the old days to return. Yeah, you may not want those.
Many blessings, traveler.
Notice a enchanter of old song. I trust you enjoy the beauty of the sacred place. What can you tell me about this place? Old Song is a sacred site, home to many of the builders' finest works. Galloway's Maw, Helios Temple, and Rimgrant's Temple, known as Noonfrost, can be found here. Visitors are a rare sight in Old Song. Whatever it is that brought you here, be thankful you have the privilege to see this place with your own eyes. Yeah, the land fighters are quite rude. So, are you the resident entertainer? I sing to entertain Old Song visitors, but alas, the crowds have thinned into a little more than a trickle. The chill wind from Rimgrant's temple is driving people away. Now I sing, but nobody listens. My music is without purpose. I know a solution, a way for me to make my songs warm and passionate, countering Rimgrant's incessant chill. No one smiles and reaches out with a grasping motion. All I need are a few rare songbirds. I could eat them and absorb their musical energy. With that kind of musical prowess in my soul, could sing a song that could bring back the merry crowds. Right, so you want to eat songbirds. Don't think it works that way? Golan stares at you, dumbfounded, before rolling his eyes and lecturing you. Eating the muscles of animals makes you stronger, right? Have you consumed green stalks? Do you not take on the pungent smell, even down to the water you pass? He smiles, pleased with his reasoning. Just as you cannot sweat if one is parched, I cannot sing without a nourished soul. It's all very basic. Did your parents teach you nothing of the food dropping cycle? Yes, yes, such great logic. Yeah, no need for researchers with your ability to figure things out. So, spare me reasonings. Yeah, let's help out. Philip's eyes went up to light. Splendid. Exclaimed with clapping hands. For my song to be picture perfect, I'll need a tiam, a bird often found throughout Twin Elms. Often in high tree nests, but some have been domesticated. We're not going to steal someone's pet bird, are we? I also need a shardwing. Shardwings prefer to nest in odd formations, suit their natural camouflage the best. Oh, and most importantly, if I plan on hitting those high notes, I'm going to need a cloud singer. Those little warblers can be found in the highest mountain peaks. Many thanks, Estramore. Bring me these birds and I'll sing like Hylia herself. Okay then. I don't recall seeing any birds when we're running around. So, who are you? Northern woman stares at the sky with an air of deep contemplation. She occasionally puffs from a windpipe, blowing smoke into perfect rings. What stands before me? I do not see Estramore often. She picks the remaining of an ochre root stuck in her gums. And believe me, I see many things. Perhaps you would want to see them too, yes? Right, what do you have for trade? Scroll maelstrom, paralysis, some ingredients. A lot of ingredients. Otherwise, nothing too interesting. Let's go get rid of all this junk. Alright, cover all that junk. Kept in cages, but uncommon to find nevertheless. So, look for an ultra rock, and then somewhere high up. Let's head over to the temple first. See if that's high enough. And then we'll work our way down and yeah, see if we can find the bird or not. Some bones. Hey there, Sky Dragon. Yeah, your nest. I can't find the birds. Not that much of a deal. So not that kind of Audra. Yeah, we weren't exactly given much direction on where he was supposed to capture these birds as well. Like, we can hear the birds, obviously. Yeah, but they are no way popping up. I don't think I've ever really actually seen any sort of bird pop up before either. It's always at least the medium-sized animals, or larger. Yeah, just not in this part either. Okay. Well, if we don't find it, we don't find it. So, Harabius, where are we supposed to go for your quest? I would have found someone in that area, but no. Oh, it's supposed to be in Twin Elms? No, yeah, this is Twin Elms. Alright, let's try the Elms Reach then.
Heravius, do you really believe all that nonsense about being chosen by the gods?
I think they choose us with all the care and concern of choosing which fruit to pluck from a tree. I think the gods certainly use us, and I'm not yet convinced there's any greatness in being chosen as such.
Verus, that makes two of us alone in a world of zealots and madmen.
Alright, maybe this might spell the druids. Oh wait. Ledha.
Estremor.
The elf holds a chipped wooden pipe. The sweet smoke wafting from the bowl makes it dizzy. Oh, Master Moore, we've got herbs and potions for sale. For something easier to travels or something to make them more entertaining. With your grins, you see your teeth and gums are stained brown. Ew. Rev sniffs in the air, his smile growing wider with each twitch of his nose. Whiteleaf, he says with a smile. I once ate a porcupine whole while smashing Whiteleaf. I miss those days. Alright, well, that's your stocks. Do you have anything odd related? No. Cameron, then, can you help us? Or help Ravius?
Many blessings, traveler.
Though his eyes are closed and his posture still, the man before you keeps his head aimed at you, as if carefully following your movements. Hail to you, may your time in the Golden Grove be enriching. And hail to you, Autumn Orlin, man says with a bow to Ravius. Ravius' eyes wide in surprise, and his one good ear stands on end. How on Aurora did you? The man's eyes remain closed, and his says with a smile, tranquility begets a receptive mind. He opens his eyes, revealing brown irises clouded with the beginnings of a cataracts. With my eyes open, I see your birth form, but when I look inward, and with this he closes his eyes again, I see the Autumn Stelgar. Alright, let her have his talk. This is your deal. I don't know how you can sense it, but you're right about me being the Stelgar. What do you know about the beast? Why was it ostracized for it being able to assume its form? Is there a cure? Tamron smiles, his eyes remain closed. I know the beast is often sent by Galawain as a sort of trial. Many Animfatha are tested by the Autumn Stelgar. Those bested and consumed by the beast have souls torn from the bodies and lost for all time. So my tribesmen were right. Ravius looks crestfallen. His posture slumps, his gaze drops to the ground. Are you saying I have such a terrible power? This must be some sort of... If your spirit form were a bee, would you be mystically compelled to make honey? Were it a bird, would you spend all day making nests? Taberna opens his eyes once more and looks Ravius up and down before wincing and shutting his eyes once more. Rude. I am saying this is what the animal your form resembles is known to do. It seems you are eager to leap to your own conclusions. I would not normally advise one to speak with the circle at Bloodsands, but, given your circumstances, the ethic Null may prove insightful. He turns and with eyes. Okay, bit of a spelling there. He turns and with his eyes so close, points to the northwest. Read the stone slabs carved by the druids of the Bloodsands. There are answers to be found as well as more questions, but you must explore them for yourself. Alright, so anything more you can tell us? Only trust in Galawain and trust in Wal. Both have blessed you in their own difficult ways. Arabius, I appreciate the attempt to lift my spirits. Arabius grumbles, but that doesn't really help. Arabius sighs and digs into his ear stump with his index finger. But he has a point. I shall trust Wal has something to show me in the Bloodsands. So what exactly is written in the stones? Much of it is utter rubbish on the incessant needs for sacrifice. His calm countenance wavers as he says the last word with a spit and a hiss. But amongst the dogma are a few bits of wisdom on Galawain. Your friend will understand. Alright, let's get going. Yeah, we're not gonna spend. Well, we already more or less looked at everything. I guess. Yeah, we just have the Hall of Warriors to look at. And then if anything pops up, well, if nothing pops up there, we can finally head over to Ter Evron and I guess get the prayer that we need, maybe. And then it'll be off to the burial isle. Right, we entered here briefly, but then left because it did not take us to where we want to go. And okay, decently sized, not large. Keeper Garost. A dwarven man stands motionless near the roaring fire that lights the cavern. Your sacrifice feed the land, willing to come forth. A gust of smoke curls around him, licking the chopped flesh that bulges on his forearms. The sun reflects Estramor. The dwarf holds his fist in a tight grip. Your kin doesn't come here to share with the tribes. What do you want? Yeah, tell me about the Ethic Newell. That's who we are. The dwarf picks on his scarred forearm. His guttural sigh mingles with the crackling wood and bones behind him. As I said, Estramor rarely visit our halls. Our order has thrived for generations before we came to Twin Elms. Our rights fed the lands of the Eastern Mountains. Now we share the blood for Erglanfath. Ross opens his palms, strikes a red skin run through them like flames. For everything that must end, our sacrifices bring a new beginning. He looks up. We sustain what's to come. Yeah, about the sacrifices. Everything must die to return a new Estramor. Through the sacrificial rites, we offer supplicants the honor of giving their most precious gift back to the brethren, back to the land. The dwarf lifts his fist, thick and mottled by red scars. The blood gives us strength. Even the Glanfathans have come to depend on the blood paint. They brim with power before battle, all thanks to the sacrifices of their kin. Okay, so that's why that guy had his face painted like that. Right then, remember Estramor, you're a guest in these halls. Respect our ways and will tolerate your presence among us. Okay, so we just came here to read some tablets. As to take my force may sustain.
Upon Burial Isle, the two men meet again for the first time, though it was the last thing they did. The many-colored beast rent them both asunder. They were in death, merged, and made whole again.
Ravius clears his throat and reads a Glanfathan script on the tablets. So they became fertilizer. Good for them.
Cute story. Two guys meet in the belly of a soul-eating creature. Maybe someday I'll eat two of the most insipid deer wooden lumberjacks, and they'll spend an eternity discussing beer whilst haunting my colon.
Yes, I'm sure you enjoy those conversations. Perhaps the idea is that the Autumn Selgar might not really destroy the souls. As a flippant, sounds like Gallowayne gave you incredible power. Yeah, trying to be too confrontational. Perhaps the idea, yeah, go with the first one. So, might not really destroy the souls. That could be true, Horavius mutters. But I guess don't know what to make of this. I never, knowing at least, eaten anyone's soul. Maybe it's a trick I've yet to learn. Lucky me. Still, I have a hard time believing that me spirit shifting and mauling anyone is going to make anybody whole again, despite what the tablet says. I'd like to look at the other tablets and see what they have to say. Right, so... okay, not this one. Oh, Talon, what about you? No greater honor than dying for one's tribe. In some fault bottle, how is this different? Oh, human sacrifice, that's what's going on. So, where's that other tablet? The keeper.
Wisdom to you.
Welcome to the Blood Sands, where there's more set foot. Right, so same thing here. What do you do here? I still maintain certain goods for the preservation of our order, and I perform some of our ritual sacrifices. Okay, how do the sacrifices work? Like any worthwhile ritual, it's too complex to explain in detail. It involves clouding the supplicant's essence, binding it to the life's blood, and drawing it into a container or vessel. Okay, so not just simply the blood, it's the power of souls that they're using to buff up their people. Anyways, what do you have for sale? A lot of potions. And I don't believe we were told anything is forbidden. Okay, here it is, another tablet. Oh, Horabis, are you going to go berserk and start attacking people? The Ribsons and Dars.
Is not the water sacrificed unto the plant, and the plant sacrificed unto livestock, and livestock unto man? When the lesser soul is sacrificed to strengthen the greater soul, the whole of our family grows stronger.
Circle of life.
I suppose I get the argument. We all have to kill and eat, constantly for that matter, to live. This sounds like it's talking about the Blood Sands rituals. I wonder how, or even if, this is relevant to me.
Oh, maybe we should buff ourselves, some of our intelligence and resolve. Might be able to get some speech checks with this. So, have you ever considered that the Autumn Stelgar may have been sacrificed to you? That Galwin made you stronger. His good ear stiffens while his mangled ear twitches and shakes. It hadn't occurred to me, but I did win the fight. Galwin were truly displeased with me. I can't imagine I walked away from that trial alive. I don't know, just sounds like they're trying to justify the practice of killing people. Come on, let's see what the other tablets have to say. I mean, that could be the case too. Yeah, there's more ways to sacrifice instead of just blood.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Oh. Yeah, okay, in the ceiling, so we'll leave it alone. We did not open that. Archdruid Reston. And a dead body. Before we can move on, where is one that boosts intelligence and all that? Intelligence and perception.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Certainly.
Okay, no tablets in there. Oh, and we're actually observing.
As your blood flows, so shall your essence. Your life's energy shall feed the soil, and your soul's energy shall enrich the community. This is by your own choosing, supplicant?
Yes, the elf's voice is high but uneven. The dwarf grips a hatchet with both hands and raises it over his head. He throws his shoulders forward and swings the weapon to the elf's chest, connecting with a meaty thump. Blood gushes around the table, around the blade, and the sacrifice's scream rend the air. Rubs his hands, clutches his chest as his eyes widen in amazement. I did say I wanted to see the teachings of those other druids, but I think I was imagining more. Dried herbs, enchanting. We never did that in my circle. Back home. Never. Despite his earlier agreement, the elf thrashes atop the stone table, his torso arching while his arms and legs remain tight in place. Meanwhile, the dwarf spreads his arms wide and allows blood to spatter his robes. When the elf is finally silent and still, the dwarf pulls his hatchet from the body and wipes it on his hem. Not as willing as you may be, pain is still pain. Oh, and they even have throwing into a pool of lava as an option. Good for you. Nice variety.
Each generation, the Onumfoth must stand before the autumnal beast in judgment. The wise endure, passing on their strength. The weak are eaten, their souls ripped to pieces and lost for all time, removing such weakness from the cycle. Well, I guess maybe my tribe wasn't entirely wrong about my spirit form being some sort of soul terror. I suppose I was hoping to hear a different answer on the matter, but...
Ravius shrugs his arms, slump to his sides. Let's see, but it's worth asking, if in all your time walking in that Upselga's fur, how many souls have you destroyed? The truth is revealed to you, and you whine about your distaste for the answer. While we'd be ashamed, did it occur to you that Galen was testing you in your past? You seem sad to have the spirit form of such a legendary beast. Tell me you never wished for power like that. Trying to get him to think about this. So how many souls have you actually destroyed? Or did it occur to you that Gallowin was testing you and you passed? Yeah, he is kind of denying that part of things. Yeah, because like, the gods really want to curse you. They definitely do have the ways about doing it. Like that one kid that we found, well, not kid, but the druid or whatever, or the hunter up in Stalwart, that kind of messed with the shrine and got cursed into a werewolf. Yeah, let's go with the first one. The only time walking the Stelgars and the Nomsegars for how many souls have you destroyed? That I'm aware of, none, he says resolutely as his face turns. I get what you're saying. I merely wear the form that the Autumn Stelgar is not in control of me, or the sum of who I am. He lets out a long sigh and relaxes. For years I've been telling myself my tribe judged me unfairly. Guess they weren't completely wrong. Well, enough pontification for the moment, he says, patting down a cowlick of hair. I need to know more. Let's look at those other tablets. Alright, how many more are there? Sacrifice? Nope. Well, at least you're not jumping in right now. So much stuff to steal. Oh, there it is.
As souls split into multitudes, many lives come from one. The truest of power comes from sacrificing the shard to return its strength to the Mother Stone. The many lives from one sounds familiar. I was taught that sometimes between death and rebirth, a soul splits perfectly in two, creating two viable souls from one. Sounds strange, but it makes sense when you think about how the population has risen in generations. It's kind of a mathematical necessity that some process like this is happening.
See, thanks for the animatic lesson, but what do you think this has to do with you? That's rather dismissive. Maybe the Obsidian has a very important role to play in this life of cycle of souls. So why did WoW lead you to this tablet? Yeah, we are not getting any skill checks with this. Either there aren't any, or we are just too low on that. So anyways, Madame Zelgar has a very important role to play in this life cycle of souls. Sorry, sir, I'm not eating your soul. I'm merely serving a vital role in the natural process. Travis rolls his eyes. I see what you're getting at, but it's not making me feel better. Fungus that grows on shit has an important role in the natural order that wouldn't make me thrilled to spirit form into a shit blossom. True to form added. Updated. Okay, so explore the burial isle for more sites. Alright, so a bit more then before we can head over to the tower.
Ever tried vulture?
We don't have those in Nazi talk.
Your loss. They can eat anything, so their stomach juices are sour and tangy, like ripe fruit.
My loss indeed.
Yeah, Walter doesn't sound healthy to eat. Oh, Arthwin, you. Yeah, you're the other hunter. Lips tight under his unkempt brow, Arthwin stares down and ignores your presence. Yeah, he's unhappy about the results. Can we go in? Oh, nobody's stopping us. Tasks. Sima. Oh, hey. We heard someone talking about you before. Something about adopting a child or something?
Tread carefully, Estermore.
Grizzled old elf, his hair braided and dyed, stands on at one end of the hall. His arms and chest are cross-hatched with pale seams of scars. His crooked smile looks like another. It's not many Estermoran who are permitted into our sacred city. Bethel must be feeling especially soft today. Come to hear your future at Tir Evron, or to make your own a blood sand. His smile widens, exposing a row of yellowed, crooked teeth. Yeah, Ray went to blood sand, so what do you do here? As an artifact of the three tusked Stelgar, a guide to tribunal matters. He looks to the main room of the hut where the others have gathered. And the Twin Elms to confer with some of the other Animfatha about the Onumfen, your Hollowborn. We only have such bursts here on occasion, but it has made us more vigilant about our neighbors. One Stelgar stretches, flexing his claws. There are some of us who believe your Onulfen to be a punishment for defilement of the builder's sites. Others say it's a plague carried by the Estermoran. Allegina, all answers to fit their hatred. There's no reason to believe a word of it is true. Simak crosses his arms over his scarred chest. So we can't tell them about Theos and the Linen Key causing the Hollowborn. We really should be telling more people about this. So then, you don't seem fond of Estermoran. Rather typical of them. I fought in the Broken Stone War and the War of the Black Trees. I saw my brethren cut down, defending the place of the builders, and I shed blood alongside Galvin Regt himself. Now the Estermoran seem to think that they will find a cure for that empty children among our sacred sites, or worse, that they will find sanctuary in our lands. And I've seen what happens when they set their sights on Glenfathan soil. But, they're desperate. The best of them want to find a cure. The worst are looking for an excuse to plunder. Have pity, they're only trying to save the children. You must fight back, give them reason to stay away. Isn't the room for you both? Let's see, and this worries you. He starts, I've seen too many wars for this not to worry me. In my 250 years, I've led my people through 2 wars. Our borders have remained intact, and largely through the reputation of 3-tusked Stelgar. His voice drops to a growl. I've started a dozen children, but none have been deemed fit to take my place. I care nothing for the legacies that obsess the Estermorn lords, but it's important that my successor continue this path. If your own children don't succeed you, what happens? Ordinarily, the Real would turn to others in my tribe, clan heads and their families. Ordinarily, he levels his gaze. But we share a tradition of fostering the children of other tribes, and Adamfath of Fisher Crane have trusted his youngest to my care. Grimaces. And as none of my own blood are fit to take my place, the Real will look next to this bog child, the kin of another Adamfath, and my foster daughter to take my place. You should be so lucky, Hirabi's chirps. The young Fisher Crane, alas, is a great gift. You should be thankful, Hirabi's voice becomes a little whisper, especially given your family feebleness. Could you just send her back to her family, bog child? I have nothing but respect for Fisher Crane, but their ways are not ours. The Orlands of Fisher Crane have lived in Thangbog for 1,000 years. They are cunning and furtive by nature, which has served them well when they have swamplands to hide their movements. But this will not deter the Estermorn on open ground. I think you underestimate what a few stealthy archers can do. That is true. He points at the warriors gathered near the fire. As savagery has deterred the Estermorn from further encroachment. They still tell of our deeds in the Broken Stone War, but if a child of Fisher Crane leads our tribe, we will lose our boldness, and the Estermorn will lose their fear of us. The child will be infatuated by the souls of her ancestor in times of crisis. She will look to her kin in Thangbog for guidance. No matter what I might try to teach her, it will not be enough. Yeah, that is also something to consider. That his tribe, having been trained in particular ways, would not be able to adjust to a more overt acting combat. See, there's another way you could help. Few have the stomach for it, but I think you have the perspective to see why certain unpleasantness may be necessary. Don't say nothing. The Orlan girl has the soul of a leader. If I were passed to one of my own offspring, our tribe would remain strong. A Stelgar at Samuk's side scratched his massive head on the Adamfath's legs, and remained steady on his feet. The Druids of Blood Sands have a way to do this, and they understand the importance of a strong line of succession for 3-tusked Stelgar. Sagani scrapes around inside her ear with the pinky finger. I'm just a simple hunter from the Chandra, so you have to slow down. You want us to do what? There's a house in southeast Hersong next to the river. The child will be asleep, and I arranged for her to be unattended for a time. Take her and bring her to Keeper Weirdhaw in Blood Sands. She knows what must be done. When she presents you with the liquid essence, bring it back to me. Okay, so you are stealing someone's soul. Yeah, what will the keeper do with the child? Have you seen the rituals of Blood Sands? She will sacrifice her. It's the only way to distill her essence. How quick the old are to sacrifice the young for the purpose. Darling child, go on. How can you possibly expect to get away with this? Few know the girl is here, and one Orlan babe will look much the same as the next, he shrugs. But let me worry about this. Won't help you. Won't do this. Tell me about the potion that you need from Murda. Essence bound and sealed into liquid. It would have little immediate effect on me, but will have a stronger. We have a stronger soul in my future issue. Yeah, don't see why you need to do this. Because I know how to do it without attracting undue attention. I don't relish passing my own burdens on to another. This will incite war between our tribes if I'm caught. Right, where can we find the child? She's singing a house in her song. Yeah, will help. Not really. Your friend Tilgan from the people, act swiftly and quietly. Right, goodbye. A young man approaches you with a swift and purposeful stride. While you never met him before, he has the same stern, wild look as Simok. He doesn't speak until he's right next to you. When he does, his voice is quiet. Wait, I saw you speak with my father. Say nothing? He glances back at the room with Simok. He asked you to sacrifice Vela, hasn't he? He grits his teeth. Maybe he's right about 3 Stelgar growing weak. But if this is the price of strength, it isn't worth it. True. The tribes have survived this long because we stuck together. Did he just? Did a 3 Stelgar say something wise? I do indeed live in strange times. Travis looks at you with a puzzled expression across his face. Right, so do you have another idea? There's an herbalist among the Ovates of the Golden Grove, Bleda. That's her name. They all gather southeast of here by the river. She could brew a few potions. She could brew a poison. Simok wouldn't know the difference until it's too late. There's the family resemblance. Right, so many problems. Let me guess, if Simok dies, you're next in line. Not like that. Throughout, I have already determined that my soul isn't strong enough. Whoever follows my father, it won't be me. Okay, so at least there's that. Yeah, why not return the child to her birth parents? It's complicated. A child sent to be fostered by another tribe isn't allowed to return. Unfortunately, explaining that we're shielding her from my father would make matters much worse for both tribes. Okay, so try to resolve this in a way that doesn't resolve in some sort of civil war. Okay, so you want us to murder your father. No, but it's better than allowing him to murder this child. Looks like that might be the only 2 options then. Okay, we'll kill the old man. Then a glance at Simok's chamber, he backs towards the door. Like I said, to find Bleda in the Golden Grove. Good luck. Well, not the first change in leadership we've managed. Foreigners live and breathe violence. They don't understand anything else. Nice talk from people who have pretty much kill first, ask questions, never approach people that trespass in those ruins. Now then, Bleda, you. Right, poisons. Poisons only deal in tonics that heal and enlighten. She exhales a puff of smoke. Of course, many beneficial substances can be harmful when taken in great quantities, but that's just Wereratha's way of keeping all things in balance. Really, what kind of substances? She leans against the winding tree trunk and ticks the items off on her fingers. Oh, there's plenty. Consecrated Carogolin, undistilled spider venom, rotten blood moss, cave coral mixed with sky and bone. Let's see, which can we actually use? What's going to cause the least suspicion? I think the merchant that we encountered in the first area was asking for Carogolin. And when we talked to the alchemist that supplied it, she mentioned that it might have been an impotence medicine. So, if I'm remembering right, yeah, giving a concentrated potion of that wouldn't be that suspicious. So, he stops counting and scratches his head. What would you want with something like that? Prevent Stelgar is dying and wants to ease the creature's passing. Frowns, your teeth clamped around a pipe. Poor thing, here, take this. It works slowly, but will send him back to the cycle kindly enough. Just see that it doesn't get misplaced. Half the dose would kill an Almao. Right, anything else? We get the right poison. Yeah, the problem is it's slow acting. Yeah, we didn't have much choice in what poison to use. Or at least we couldn't see our other options or see their effects or anything like that. Right, here's a potion you asked for. Look from the vial in your hand. Something's wrong. What are you trying to give me? Yeah, it's all acids. Rushes you with a cry of rage. Okay, that really did not work out. Oh wow, she went down. Where's the resurrection? Grieving Mother is kind of isolated here. Yeah, you are very much stuck. Are you going to knock down? Okay, you're signing on. Thy clef. Nice shield. Converts crits into hits.
Certainly.
There's looks in the eye and gives you a slow nod. Virtue guides your hand. So this isn't going to be a problem. Okay, allies with the Ovates. Still allied with Twin Elms. Okay, looks like it worked out. Maybe. Nobody's gonna care. Okay then. The heart burns brighter than any heart. So yeah, seriously, killing the leader of one clan is absolutely fine apparently. Okay, well, they're all back. Right, so... okay, they really don't care. And how much barely injured children? Why are they barely injured? Alright, so that taken care of. Let's head back to the inn, get some rest, and then we head off to the burial isle.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, you guys, are you still here? Yes, you are. Thank you for delivering the message. Okay then. No idea what that was about. Okay, so off to the burial isle then.
Segane, what is it like not to see your children for so long? I imagine it must be difficult.
Even in Masuk, I'm on the hunt more than at home. But 5 years. It's been a strain.
Then to your good fortune. Ado Vidorio. May you see them all again soon.
Alright, before I head off there, hold on, be right back. Alright, let's continue this. Alright, so once we have the Haravius quest done, yeah, then it'll be off to the tower to pray. Though I think before we do that, we might try to finish some of the other quests.
Just be glad we aren't going through the back door to this place.
Let's see. Yeah, I tried to resolve the issue with the Alpine Dragon. And yeah, probably go through Zawa's dialogue again. I don't think we unlocked this quest yet. Oh hey, Groovy Mother. You have something to say. As you turn to the Grieving Mother, you find her already at your side. A question rises to the surface of her mind like a bubble from the depths, yet her eyes are cast down.
There is something I would ask of you, Watcher. A burden I would relieve. Yet even the asking is a burden of another kind.
As you wish, ask or don't. Kind of help you don't tell me what troubles you. Ask anything, I'll ease your burdens the best I can. What is it? Yeah, kind of help if you don't tell me what the trouble is.
The memories of the birthing bell, the hollowborn, the mothers. I live in horror now at the lives I could not save, and the lives I bound in ignorance. My days are waking dreams. It feels as though the souls I've wronged have fled the cycle to haunt me. Please, Watcher. I tried once to forget, and yet echoes still tormented my soul. But if you were to cleanse my soul of the memory, I could at last be free of it. Will you grant me this?
Yeah, I don't think that is a particularly good idea. A lot of our actions now were born from those actions. Yeah, so that ruining those would fundamentally change who she is at the moment. Will you even be the same person?
I will be the same, only free of the memory. My allegiance, my skill, these will still be dedicated to our cause, to your aid.
Well, as long as you don't leave. No, the memory is both a penance and a lesson. Yeah, because if we get rid of it, she might try it again. These stiffens have struck at last, her shoulders slump as she looks back at you.
But these memories, the pain, anger, brokenness, how am I to continue when these thoughts fill my mind?
If you do not remember your mistake, you are liable to repeat it. It is part of who you are now. Changing your memory will change you. The pain you remember was felt even more keenly by those you would forget. Do not dishonor them. You will remember them so that you always understand the cost of such drastic measures. Yeah, 1 and 3 feel like a bit the same. Though just sound, well, said a bit differently. But which one's the least harsh? You don't remember your sacred levels, repeat it. Always understand the cost of such a drastic measure. Yeah, you'll remember them so that you always understand the cost of such drastic measures.
This is a difficult truth, but truth nonetheless. I thank you for your aid, Watcher, even if it is difficult to bear.
Right, curious how things will turn out for her. of all.
Hail, Estremor.
It has been a very long time since an outsider sought passage to the burial isle. What is the burial isle? It's a sacred place, for it sits upon the great work of the builders. There, by our ancestors, all our Adam thoughts are laid to rest. If you go there, my friend, it is not a place where the living walk. Dangerous by any chance? Those that bring to the island return the same way, or else not at all. It is home only to the dead, spirits, shades of the builders remain, and watch over our Adam Fatha. They are bound to the island and protected fiercely. Okay, so a lot of spirits and ghosts. Anyways, take us across. I will take care that you do not lose your footing. These waters have a fickle temper. All this for Harabius. Then the Court of Penitence. Is that main quest? Yeah, it is. Yeah, so Falling Tales must council of stars. Right, that's praying to the gods. We still have to do that. So, okay, it's all returned.
No sign that anyone's been here in ages.
Right, so just here for the Haravis stuff, and then we're going to head back. Feral Druid. Some more fighting. And then more Delmgons or equivalent. Harabius enjoy and okay, who cast that?
Need something?
Maggots and Hobbled. Is that necessary? Locked passage. Upper level light filters out to the collapsed ceiling, a wall, piled stones, and rubber block the way ahead. Clear it out, we can enter it later. Thumbs down, however, grooving mother isn't fast enough yet again. Climb the dust, hunched over and cradling tender ribs. 8 breaks in the tunnel up ahead. A light breaks into the tunnel up ahead. Roaring barriers continues. Soon the passage ends, opening up high on the cliffside of Burial Isle. Right, weren't exactly intending to pass through this part. Yeah, and Aloth isn't here to do some mind control. Oh, Durant's.
The dart.
How long are you stunned for? 2 seconds. Yeah, you're probably dead.
My mind.
Alright, not that bad. So where do we need to go for Haravis's deal? And is this the path to chase off Theos? Yeah, it is. Okay. So, avoid that hole for now. People being burned at stake. Good old Engwithans. Okay, wow, a lot of them disappeared right there. Yeah, exactly that happened.
Yes.
Border Republic.
A lot of little more bodies, but we're not here for that. Real ground, block passage, the pits.
Can't get a good shot with this.
Eyes open.
Yep, more people burned at the stake.
Yes.
Don't have to just pile on a single line.
Good.
Hey, Ravenous Stelgar. Escape then, standing proud and still, the Almawa before you is smiling broadly, showing several crooked and missing teeth, sporting the physique of a man in his prime. His worn and weathered face appears too old for the rest of him. He's dressed in an assortment of stitched hides and furs assembled from a motley of animals. Dangling from his belt are a series of grisly scalps, greater lengths of human, Adirian, dwarven, and Orland hair woven around finger bones. Really, humans are actually separated differently. I thought they were all... I thought Adirian was just plain old another country. Not actually different from human. Okay then. He sizes you up with a grin, but his gaze quickly locks with Haravius, and he tilts his head as he examines the Orlin head to toe. What do they call you, little one? You smell familiar, but your name is unknown to me.
I am Haravius, child of the Fisher Crane, adept of the Hawk and Ivy, wanderer of Eretha. Too formal?
His voice is loud and triumphant, though as soon as he's done introducing himself, he takes a step back and whispers to you. The man ahead of you clears his throat. A feline rumble comes from his chest, and for a moment, his hair stands perfectly on end. It's weird that the Almao have hair. Probably is fitting. He holds out his right hand and flexes his fingers. Long black talons sprout from under filth-encrusted fingernails. He rolls his head back and inhales deeply, sighing with a smile at some perceived scent. Needed to bring friends with you? What does you have, my friend here? Obviously, you know this man. Remain silent. You allow your eyes to relax until your mind is attuned to the invisible hum of his souls. Dalmala projects a dizzying display of red and gold and orange. Autumn halos surround his massive form. Where his feet touch the ground, you see a network of roots and veins that trail from his feet and sink deep into the earth. Turning to Ravius, you see glowing roots emerge from his feet, appearing as mirror images to the tendrils radiating from a skeleton. These roots of soul energy meet between the two men, and the snake deep into the earth in one twisted root. You sense that these men have distinct souls, but only one shared past. The two men are a splayed fork in an otherwise unbroken line. Yeah, the two of you share the same past, though you carry distinct souls. A shared path, Skithin scratches a patch of fur on his cheek. An inelegant analogy, who I was, in my last life was, diminished in my cycle of rebirth, squandered so that this runt could have life. Runt, Haravis' brow furrows and he clenches his fist so tightly. You hear a cacophony of crackling finger joints. And it's not your soul, it's, well, it's not exactly. His anger falters as he stumbles over his thoughts. Okay, so were they twin souls, or is it the Stelgar that is linking them? Yeah, we're visited by the Autumn Stelgar. Visited. Tested. Forged. That would be the way to view it. I previously thought it was a mark of distinction, but apparently even a half-height, half-man can manage the task. Takes away some of the glory, does it not? Half mad, Haravius glares back, his good eye twitching and his fur standing on end. That's some really tough talk coming from a man about to choke on his own blood. Right, so fight time? What do you want with Haravius? Same as he wants from me, no doubt. Lesion. He exhales, slowly eyeing Haravius as his nostrils flare. Gallowing gifted us both with the stripes of a true predator. It is our purpose to erase the weak, ensuring only the strong proliferate. He mashes his fists together with a meaty thud. We must honor our god. He looks at Haravius' eye patch and shakes his head. My god, by doing as the hound demands. Let us determine who bears the right to be Galloway's harbinger. Right, Haravius, is this what you want? Haravius growls, from bristles, and for a moment shines with luminescent tendrils of yellow and orange. I asked to be a hunter, a regular hunter that gets invited to chase down dinner and eat its neck. I didn't ask for this. Well, has led you to this moment for you to understand, not to whinge. You asked Galwin for strength and you're angry you got more than you wanted. I do not like either of those responses. Yeah, the main part is Galwin for now, so you asked Galwin for strength and you're angry you got more than you wanted. Suppose you're right, his face turns red at your comment and he looks down at his feet. I lack strength and ask Galwin for help. Unless he taught. Don't ask. Take. His hand darts about his tunic and retrieves a rusted iron hound amulet from the recesses on his pockets. I was mad at Galwain. I should have been mad at myself. I was gifted with power, great power, and I simply squandered my energy resenting the cost of the gift. Losing contact with my tribe was a price I had to pay for demanding power. He runs a thumb across the embossed metal icon of Galwain, his nail scraping aside a decade of rust and muck. I watch a friend. I need to settle this matter. With that, he leaps towards Scathlin. Okay, fight time.
Yeah?
You turn that on. What are you casting? And what are you resistant to? You do have extra resistance to domination, as well as prone and stunned, paralyzed, and all that, though not immunity.
What?
Do some blessings. Alright, blessings done, more blessings. Moonwell. You can at least knock down this Stelgar. Oh, okay. He's already dead. Ravis pants and wheezes, his one good eye locked on a Scathlin's corpse. Blood and sweat drip down his fur and he rocks back and forth on the balls of his feet, as though expecting the body to stand back up. Examine the corpse. As your eyes relax and your vision adjusts to the hum of the invisible, you see a swirling pile of red and orange and yellow leaves. The cyclone of foliage flies apart, and leaves drift off into parts unknown. As it fades from view, you see a handful of autumn leaves that circle about Haravis as his soul glows a bolder shade of orange. How do you feel?
Excellent! I endured Galwain's trial, and vanquished my equal. The only thing I regret now are the years I wasted viewing this whole thing as a curse. The ostracism was, no doubt, just another way of Galwain forcing me to be stronger.
Seems like a quick way to end things. Are we done here?
Almost. We thank thee, Galwain, for guiding our hunt. For today we grow strong off the flesh of the weaker. I think we're done here.
He stands up straight, straightens his tunic, and smiles at you with a nod.
Before the vultures get to him, figured I should take a reminder.
Walks over to Skathlin's corpse and places his hand in the dead man's mouth and tugs with all his might. Tendons and cartilage rip and tear with wet, grisly eruptions of blood until at last the mandible is torn free. Wow, quite strong. Okay, so he's going to be collecting mandibles from now on. Skathlin has scalps. Haravis has mandibles. Right then. And then you had a pole axe. Reverse portion of hits to crits, and then extra damage against prone, stun, flanked enemies. Interesting. Too bad we don't use pole axes.
Good.
Alright, so with that part completed, that should be all the companion quests except for Zawa's.
Good.
Yeah, then nothing else popped up in here. Well, yeah, then we still have the bird hunting quest, but that one feels like too much of a waste of time. I feel like that was gonna be too much running around. So let's get Zawa back for the time being. Go through all of his dialogue, see if he has anything to say for himself, and then if he doesn't, should we go after the Alpine Dragon again? No, I don't think it'll have anything too interesting for us. Yeah, we're kind of set with our gear. Oh yeah, Galway's Maw. So yeah, probably just get Zala back, go through all his dialogue, make sure we didn't miss anything. And then if we don't pop up his quest, then we'll head off to the next part of the main quest.
Arensi has no right to defend that cowering cat in the back of the maw.
Then
Alright, so those
down
people.
and tell her yourself.
A wiry elven man paces the cavern, his face etched with worry lines and his hand irritably thumping his hip. He looks up at you and sighs. Card, this is no place for sightseeing even for you. The beasts of Galway's Maw are dangerous and now more than ever. Right, what's wrong with the beasts?
Fight.
I'd say what's wrong with that, but I guess that kind of goes against the order of things. Plus, if they're not fighting, then they're not eating. Right, so what's wrong with that?
It is not Gallowayne's way, and it is not the way of the Maw.
Yeah, that too. The Maw has always been home to one great predator. Every so often, a challenger comes along, and the two battle for territory. But Sul remains undead, and Ornos can't confront her there. Now, two mighty predators and their kin hunt from the same stock. It's thinning the herds, and it's thinning patience around her too. He resumes his pacing and this waiting. It's not the deliberate, watchful waiting of a hunter lying in ambush. It's stagnation, tedium, hoping for something to happen. But I'm powerless to act. One half of the fangs will cry favoritism if I try to drag the lioness out myself. Alright then, so we can settle this. About the two predators then. There's never been a more cunning hunter than Sul, but some say she's losing her edge. Ornus, on the other hand, is all edge, and many of our number think he's a rightful successor. Blood's simmering is going to boil over if little doesn't spill soon. Alright then, who would you favor? I see both sides. Sul's cunning is unmatched, but Ornos is the mightier of the two. Both embodied traits prized by Gallowayne. Well, if they're male and female, maybe they don't want to fight. See, by Societer, we could look into it. And a cunning one from the looks of you. No harm in letting you try, I suppose. Anything's better than this endless waiting. We can somehow bring this to a resolution. These tensions will end. If not, he grins, the beast will make short work of you. We don't normally permit outsiders to venture into the Maw, but you understand that you do not do so at your own risk. And Sul's alliance are likely to attack intruders on sight. Still, perhaps you can coax her into fighting the bear. Do whatever you can to end this cellmate. Okay, bear and a lion. So where can I find Sul? Straight in the back of the Maw? He points down the halls on either side of him. You can get through either way, but mind your feet where they step. The Maw is a dangerous place, and Sul's pride and her advocates are on the alert. Without Ornos. Good question. Bear's on hunting right now, but he'll return soon. He's never gone for long. Yeah, not a good response with that. Remains of a broken bridge, a long collapse lead to a deep chasm. Stones are coated with slick green moss, making them impossible to grip safely. The wooden beams lodged between the stones on the side of the bridge seem sturdy enough to support your weight, however. The other side of the bridge pierces through the mist at the far end of the chasm, hanging precariously over a steep fall. Right then, rope and grappling hook time. Aim for a wooden beam on the opposite side of the bridge and hurl your grappling hook across the chasm. Strikes the bridge with a solid thunk. The hook snags firmly, digging into the wood as you pull. Rope tightens taut and secure. You tie the free end of the rope to the wooden beam next to you. The remains of a broken bridge. Oh yeah, okay, ropes stretch across the gap. Right? Cross. Roaring through that cave, the creaks of the wooden beams mark your every effort to keep your progress slow and steady. The crossing is strenuous, particularly as the rope's shaking grows more intense. Grief from others' breathing grows outlabored, and her habits begin to slow. At last, your effort brings you back over solid ground, and you reach the other side. Yeah, that was probably all unnecessary.
Something over there.
I'm guessing we avoided some fights, and you are all supposed to stop moving.
Lover beyond sea. Arthur, wrong. Lover beyond sea.
Oh, that's a lot more of them.
What?
Right, going to cast on that. That. Did you cast this, by the way? Can you circle around? Yes, you can. Up, and it's ended. Yeah, probably a bit unnecessary there. Right, a thick snarl of dagger-sharp thorns and vines has grown across this passage. As you look on, the entire wall of vegetation seems to move almost like it were breathing. Thick coils of vines twist and writhe across the gap with a quiet rustle of foliage. Examine the vines. The gaps in twisting vegetation, you catch brief glimpses of what seems to be a wide circular chamber. From time to time you catch a sight of tawny hides, and the rustling of the vines is briefly obscured by low growls. That might be our only way through. Or not. Yeah, we'll take the fighting instead of the extra damage from the vines. Maybe switch out to the big healing.
I'm starting to slow the pack. Can we sit for a spell and relax?
No, don't be weak.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Alright, maybe we should have gone through those vines. Could have avoided all the traps.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Alright, so they're friendly. An old woman intercepts you as you advance into the lair. Behind her is the largest lioness you've ever seen. A sleek beast with fangs as long as carving knives. The woman blocks her path to the lioness, seemingly at ease around the monster. This is Sul's domain, Estremor. She shall not leave it for Ornos or any other challenger. Right, so why does she refuse to face Ornos? Ornos is welcome to confront her here, as many challengers have in the past, but the bear supporters wanted for Sul to leave her lair and fight in the open, where he has an advantage. But why should she? If Sul has an advantage here, it's one she's earned. Would anyone expect to blunt the bear's claws in order to even the odds? Lord of the Hunt gives unique advantages to each. It's not for us to decide that some of them are worth less than others. Okay, so that's the issue then. Linus gives a low growl and Erency smiles. Also, Sul has recently given birth to cubs. They are small now, but when they grow, they'll be mightier than either Sul or Ornos. But if Sul is killed in combat, the bear will tear her young to shreds. Such is the way of the wild. Her legacy is too valuable to perish this way. If we truly want the mightiest beasts in the maw, her cubs must grow to maturity. Sul is the rightful champion. Is she really? I mean, if we could deal with the bear, what are you doing with Sul? Defend the rightful champion of Galway's Maw. Ornos supporters would have her ousted in favor of a bear that isn't strong enough to come and seize the territory on his own. That is also true. I mean, if they are protecting Ornos because of that, then Ornos would be the weaker. Alright, let's deal with Ornos then. Good that bear isn't nearly as strong as Indiana's followers think. If someone were to prove just how easily that bear can be killed, that would cure everyone of their delusions about it. Ravis glares at you with a worried smirk. I wonder what Gallion will think of all this. His great lioness gets someone else to deal with a challenger. He falls silent for a moment before becoming instantly cheerful. And watch me offend the secret god. Can't wait to see how he tests them for the lack of decisiveness. Oh. Bear's back? I wonder if we'll actually need the rest or not. So, okay, you're down that way. Oh, hey, lion.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Alright, and then they're peaceful.
Come to see the great Oernos, Estromor? He's back from his hunt. Unlike that lioness, he doesn't stay cooped up in here for long.
Yeah, but he does refuse to hunt the lioness in her lair, though. Yeah, why can't he go and fight the lioness?
Because she holes up at the back of the maw, surrounded by her pride and the natural hazards of this place. It's not the proper way to meet a challenger. She's got to come out and face Oernos to keep her claim. Anyway, her prime is past. Putting that old beast down would be a mercy at this point.
Yeah, but nature isn't fair. What are you doing here?
Wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
Isn't your lack of patience your own problem, though? Yeah, Ornos isn't the rightful champion.
If you stand on the side of that toothless old bag of bones, then you stand in my way.
Yeah, if he's afraid to confront the lioness. Probably won't be that hard of a fight. Oh. Recasting. Oh, okay, that's where recasting it from.
Yeah?
Yeah, go to my control Ornos. See how that goes for you guys. Oh, look at that. Your great bear leader turned on you. Some leader. Really not that impressive. Although you do cause quite a bit of damage. Yeah, kind of weak.
The only one here starting to nod off. A break might be in order.
I understand.
Alright, resolve the stalemate. Before we do that, see what they have to say. Alright, the bear has been dealt with. Just well, some cubs will grow up. Zul's cubs will grow up to be quick and fierce, as of the fangs of a follower example. Thank you for resolving this. Crossing over. Then we're gonna have to get some rest. Where are you, person we're supposed to be talking to? There you are.
Still looking around? Watch your step. Tempers
Right, we
run
dealt with the
hot around
situation.
here, and not just among the animals.
As Zol remains champion, many of the fangs are glad to see her stay. Perhaps it's Galen's way of telling us to remember our roots and prize our cunning as hunters. Although I suppose I could have guessed as much when you ventured into the maw. Thank you for your help. May Gallowing guide your path. Take this with our thanks. He seems to remember something. You might visit Terra Evron to pray to the Lord of the Hunt. He sometimes grants special favors for those who have proven themselves. Right, so at least I guess we can get Galloway's approval. Who would they give us? Cat's Claw. Basic one-handed sword, bit of accuracy, some damage boost, and DR bypass. It's okay. Okay, so with that resolved, let's go ahead and get Azawa and see if we can get his quest or not.
Segane, I had heard that women do the hunting in Nasita, but wasn't sure if I could believe it until I met you.
And I thought it was our raw meat diet that made us strange.
Well, that too, honestly.
See, there might still be some follow-up with Harabi, so keep him for now. Sagani, I think she's done since we had a little conversation with her after her quest. Same with Grieving Mother, but I like her quest, or not her quest, but her skills, so probably keep her. Pelagina. You can also send Pelagina back as well.
Good day, stranger.
Yeah, send Pelagina back, get Zawa. Try not to clog the front line too much. And get your last 2 levels, I guess. Survival, a bit of stealth. Yeah, and for mechanics. Okay, plus your move speed. Burn damage per wound. Oh, medical melee criticals cause weakened status. Soul Mirror. Chance to reflect on ranged attacks. Yeah, I was gonna get this before, but yeah, I changed my mind because it was only the ones that were a miss. Though there might be an upgrade for that be able to reflect a portion of hits. Oh, duplicate. Let's get that one. Yeah, I've seen other people do that before. I've been wondering what that move was. Okay, that was full. Get you a stealth and athletics. Plus 1 wound, 30 per rest. No. I'm just going to give you something defensive. Yeah, could you defense against charm, terrified frightened, and all that?
Zawa is ready. I have led.
And then Zawa.
What do you need of Zawa? I hope this goes better. I would gladly cast light upon them. You would. Most
Nope.
have two choices. They can grow crops, or they. I was the youngest of 5. They did not feel the same about me. They had no choice.
Yeah, this is all
She
stuff
saw
we were
me.
going through.
So the timing was right. I still train, but learning when an elf, I would not be as I am now without his lessons. When I was brought in then the bishop master, I said, he never gave me another lesson. A year later, he was dead of old age. They named me chieftain anyway.
Maybe it's testing you, someone else must have been able to teach you. Seems that manages by that. The smart knew someone else must be able to teach you.
At any time, 2 people know the secret of becoming the Anitle, the chieftain and the master of the Nalpazka. When Ishipilo died, the knowledge was lost to us forever.
Maybe he was testing you?
I thought so as well. I tried everything. Patience, rage, cleverness, acceptance. Not yet, he would say. Not yet.
Well, you seem to have managed in spite of that.
Have I?
Well, you're still here.
You would ask much of one who knows little.
What happened after you became chieftain? Okay, looks like it's opening up some new stuff.
Word of Ishipilo's death spread. Our enemies saw the opportunity. The Ketch-model chieftain came with gifts to honor my rule. But his real purpose was to look me in the eye, to know if Zawa might be beaten. I looked at him, and I imagined that I was the Anitle, free of all the worldly snares, that my master had taught me everything. When he turned to leave, I saw he wore a secret smile, and I knew I had failed. They were many times greater than our numbers. They had been trying to conquer us for generations, and the Takan chieftain had always sent them running. The power of the Anitle. In my heart, I knew we would lose, and it would be because I was not the Anitle.
So what did you do?
What we had always done. I gathered my Nalpazka warriors and led a charge into the belly of their army. The Nalpazka believed Zawa was the Anitle, and it gave them strength. For their sakes, for Takan, I believed it too. My mind found a place it had never reached before. I could see my enemies' moves before they made them. I could see my own actions in front of me, the path to victory. I did as I saw, and the Ketch-model fell in heaps. And then the Ketch-model chieftain came to face me, and he knew Zawa was not the Anitle. When I saw him, I knew it too. I hesitated. My enemies fell upon me. One by one, the Nalpazka were defeated, and Takan was conquered.
What became of your people? Zawa takes a slow breath.
Of the men, they made slaves. Of the women, they made wives. Their way is to absorb the conquered, make them forget themselves.
If Ketch-model defeated you, how did you survive?
They take you alive if you are a chieftain. They break your body and your spirit. Then they show you to their people and to yours, broken. After that, they cut off your head so that they may drink your soul from it.
But you got out of it. Or did he not?
Oh no, they did all of those things to me. They flayed me until my screams became whispers, until I no longer knew who I was, and my only hope was to die soon. But they didn't stop, and that was their mistake. In my lowest moment, I released my grip on many worldly things I had come to embrace since my master's death. The pain made the world clear again. They brought me out to be executed, not knowing any better. They swung the machete down upon my neck, but it would not cleave. Each hack of the knife brought great pain, and the pain showed me glimpses of pure truth. For a moment at a time, I was the Anitle. I broke my bonds by seeing beyond them. I slew my executioner by knowing I would slay him.
Were you able to free your people after that? All at once, Zawa seems to deflate.
No. When the pain faded, so did my enlightenment. But it was I swore to return when my soul was ready to defeat the Quetzalcoatl. When I had rediscovered my master's lost secrets.
Right, so that's been a long time. People might have changed quite a bit. So you swore to return to liberate your people. Did you ever free them?
No. I searched my empty homeland for any trace of Ishipilo's knowledge, but I knew he had left none. It would have been too dangerous. When that failed, I began searching the land to see if knowledge of the Anitle had come from abroad. I visited temples and monasteries. All the while, Zawa was trying to find the answer within himself as well. Meditation, Malkachoa, 1,000 practices he had learned as Nalpaska or dreamed on his own. He becomes nearer to the Anitle every day, but his soul is not free. He is not the Anitle.
Why not try to free them anyway if you're close? What if you die without rediscovering your master's knowledge? Is there no way we can help? Yeah, why not try to free them anyway?
The final step is the difference between invincibility and certain failure. Quetzalcoatl has only grown over time, swallowed all its rivals. It would take no less than the Anitle to free and protect the Takan now.
Right, plus I suppose if it fails to show actual leadership with its people, they may decide to just stay with Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, so what if you die without rediscovering your master's knowledge?
Then the Takan will be no worse off than they are now. But they do deserve better.
Okay, then is there any way we can help? Perhaps there is. In my journey to Stalwart, I passed through a place that put my soul on edge. I don't know what it was about the place, but I had intended to return there after I had fulfilled my pledge to Stalwart's mayor. The answers I search for now are of the soul, and such resonances should not be ignored. I believe the locals called the place Whitestone Hollow. It lies east of Stalwart. I would return there and explore its energy, if we should pass that way. Okay then.
You would ask much of one.
We actually got his quest.
Very well.
They should have been talking to him. So, if we're going to head back up to White March, let's make a quick stop by the stronghold, sleep there, pick up some stat bonuses. Then that way we can kill Zawa's quest and then pay a visit to Alpine Dragon.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
May offer send escorts. It defines great reputation. Send escort. Alright, Devil Rock, you can do this. Now then, rest. Okay, we'll be needing mechanics. Let's see, the stats I remember from last time I tried it was Might, Intelligent, and Resolve. At least I think Might. At least it was Intelligence and Resolve. Yeah, they're both 17. Right, so... we have various ways to boost Intelligence. So maybe go with the boost of Resolve. Yeah, and then these are for Might and Constitution. Was this one to get out perception? Was Might? Yeah, we can have intellect with this one. And then what we're missing is a boost to resolve. Okay, so that's what we'll take. Should we bring Aloth for this in case it's a fight? Yeah, I could drop Sagani for the timing. No, hers is extra people. I drop Grieving Mother then. The dragon has a pretty decent amount of resistance to Roan, and I don't think we have too much we can use with you. Oh, go use Time Parasite. Ah, yeah, but might have a pretty decent mind resistance. We can just give it a try for now.
Need something?
And then you have a few summons. Okay, so resolve. Oh, Durance wants to talk. You open her eyes to familiar seeing Durance sits with the staff laid across his lap. Malignant flame sprouting from one end. It is difficult to make out his features soft bleeding together, but the staff you can see clearly. Its etchings aglow in molten orange. Though Durance's face is difficult to distinguish, there is no mistaking the hardened expression, the furrowed brow. His voice hisses and sputters, low and unintelligible, as though having a private argument with the staff. Traces of spittle catch the firelight as they fly from his lips like sparks. And to your surprise, there's a female figure behind him. You're about to call out a warning when you realize there's a Margaret statue where you met Durance at the fork. Yet, she seemed almost alive for a moment. Her cast shadow seemed as if it was moving, cloaked. Then it is still, frozen with the night at its back. Damn the staff. There was something odd about one of the symbols. A circle of 12 smaller circles. One small circle slowly. Circles glows brightly, but the other 11 give off little light. They flicker and fade like dying embers. Between his hissing curses, Durance lowers his face close to the staff and blows on the fading circles with panic rapidity, coaxing light from them, but they do not ignite. One by one, the light of the circles die, and smoke rises from the ashes. Only one still burns. So the dozen and him being the only survivor. Is he about survivor's guilt? The knight hurls a staff at his feet, and it clatters to the ground. Its edges have become soft, difficult to find. Like its owner, the staff becomes a blur. Close your eyes and reopen them, and Durance is there, picking up his staff from the ground. But the blur is gone, and you are awake. Okay, Durance time. And tax is collected. Alright, questions.
If doubts and curiosity plague you, you're skidding your knuckles on the wrong door.
Another vision of you, one of the symbols on your staff, it was dying.
You see many things that aren't there, Watcher. Perhaps the symbol was for your disappearing sanity, and we are to bid it farewell while you still have the wits to grieve for it.
You are deflecting. I saw a symbol with 12 circles. What does it represent?
That symbol? The God Hammer.
Durance frowns and the words come out slowly. Then it was the God Hammer symbol I saw extinguished on your staff.
No riddle there, Watcher. It took 12 of us to build the God Hammer. Afterward, I took my leave of all of them to see what Margaret had in store for me. I've seen none of them since.
Are you sure there isn't more to the story?
Your kind has a way of interpreting its visions to fit the version of the truth you like best. But Margaret's flame leaves no room for interpretation. Waste the time of others with your distortions and your fever dreams.
Flames distort all that lies around them, and you never seem to be far from a flame. Flames may leave no doubt as to what or where they are, but why they are is anyone's guess. No shame in that when my truth is more interesting than what I saw. Oh yeah, let's go with flames distort all that lies around them, and you never seem to be far from a flame.
It's always the way of the mad to try to convince others of a reality only they can see. But when your doctrine's the truth, it requires no convincing, only an opening of the eyes. I would purify you, Watcher, if I thought it would help.
Where are you with Durance? Can we ask about something
The
else?
cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
No, nothing else. About you? Are those the same robes you wore at Halgut? Durance frowns. Why do I? The tension in his face slips into irritation. Your memory is both a curse and a curse. I wore these on a pilgrimage to Helget, as well as after. We were to travel quietly so few would know of our religion, our intent, like executioners with robes instead of hoods. How'd they get burned then? The robes are the ones I wore at the Citadel when the God Hammer was triggered. Imagine a campfire then a field of them, then form them into a sphere and let it grow until it fills the air. Its violence ran through my stave and my spirit like 100 lightning, and all around me was flame. It tore at my skin, even burst vessels in my flesh. He holds up his sleeve, yet the ropes survived. He grins, the scars on his face bunching up beneath the coarse beard hairs. He hadn't worn them since. If Margaret deemed I should wear ash while dispensing her justice, then so be it. We exist out of pleasure, for her pleasure, Durance shrugs. Either way, she answers my call quietly or loudly, but her colors seem weak in comparison to the acts one does in her name. And quiet is how I prefer. I find others of my faith do not tend to take me for a second glance if the fire of my spirit does not grace my staff. You are quite into hiding stuff. So I have more questions. You don't dress like a priest. And you don't fit any matter watcher I've ever seen. Does it make you one now? He frowns and holds up his hand. Don't answer that. So the robes, were you burned? No, kind of already covered this.
The cost of troubling me seems to worry you little.
About Mogren? Are you a servant for a while? Let mysteries and questions remain within, at least until the next time we need rest. Alright, continue travel with Durance. I wonder if it's just a matter of resting enough times and then that will trigger things. Alright, anyways, off to White March. So was it White Stone Hollow? Yeah, slightly away from where the Alpine Dragon was. Right, hireling payday. Wilderness East of Stalwarts. Okay, quest updated. Whitestone Lake. Looter Camp. Avalanche Site. Isolated Pedestal. Let's start with the Isolated Pedestal. Or maybe not.
There is a spirit lion there, just ahead. Can you see it, Watcher?
Zawa's wide-pupiled eyes tracked the movement of some unseen animal.
The lion was the symbol of my master, Ishipilo. This is a sign. Has he come here at last to teach me what he would not in life? To be the Anitle?
So what do you propose we do?
I have some herbs prepared, Malkachoa, plus some things I've been saving. We should eat them so we can meet with the lion in its world. It would be my honor if you would come with me on this journey. A watcher may see things that I cannot.
Alright then, fun times. Zawa looks at the rest of the party.
That goes for everyone. I would welcome the presence of friends.
He pours a scattering of leaves and mushrooms into a cupped hand and holds them out for others to inspect.
Don't tell my kids.
I can't believe you've been holding out on me this long.
One must seek insight where one can.
There are simpler ways to understand the world, monk. A single stroke of my staff would do, but very well.
I wonder how the Devil Karok would actually respond to this.
Are you ready?
Alright, let's begin this. Zawa distributes his mix of herbs, keeping a generous amount for himself. The plants give off a variety of strong, conflicting odors, some sweet, some acrid, and at least one that induces immediate sneezing. Their appearances are largely unfamiliar to you. You drop a handful of the mixture into your mouth and chew. The taste is dull and earthy at first, but within moments of chewing, it becomes powerfully sour and sweet like nectar, and then it begins to take on a new character that's unlike anything you've ever eaten before. Your vision swims, and you see the world in a different, more vibrant spectrum. Zawa takes one look at your expression and laughs.
You are ready.
Oh, very colorful.
Do not let the lion escape us. Is that flower singing? No. Stay focused, Zawa.
Yes, Zawa, focus. The lone spirit hovers back and forth, agitated, muttering. Spirit, I can learn from them. From mistakes, their failures have revealed the path to me, and I'm very close. The spirit points to a scattered collection of maimed and contorted bodies distributed around a stone pedestal. Something odd registers in your mind about the corpses, and then the realization dawns. They all appear to belong to the same person. Interesting.
I wouldn't be so sure.
What are you getting close to?
On that pedestal you see before you, I placed a gem for safekeeping. You have never seen such a perfect gem. I regretted leaving it behind almost immediately. It has been my every waking thought ever since.
Yeah, sounds like a trap. Why do you want it?
It is all I have left of something that was important to me.
Very important, by the look of it.
On that pet, I regretted leaving it behind almost immediately. It has been my every waking. It is all I have left.
Alright, so there's nothing more we can do. No more dialogue with that one. So I guess we have no choice but to get it. Spirit seems to consider this wisp of essence dart in and out of his shape like bolts of electricity.
That would be most welcome.
Oh, must we? I don't know what Itamak is thinking about all this. Or did Itamak partake as well?
So many have died to approach it.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Stalwart rabbit stew.
If secrets whisper, I shall listen for.
Cannot see the... I guess that thing is a continuous activation. Oh no, is the whole thing trapped?
The huntress and fluid can spawn.
So much for our mighty hunters.
Arabians, you must wake.
Oh? The huntress's strength wins.
Oh, that's seriously annoying and we can't interact with it.
The huntress's strength wins.
Alright, so don't bring in the whole party, just send in one person. Oh, it makes sense why there are a whole bunch of dead bodies around it now.
Certainly.
Were you able to retrieve?
What is this that so many have died? Approach it.
Blood burns.
So everything is trapped. Alright, here you go.
Were you able to retrieve the gem?
The spirit pulses excitedly with light and warmth.
This is a great relief. Give it here.
The spirit extends its claw-like translucent hands towards you, cupped together, and when you let the gem drop, it passes through the spirit's hand and lands on the ground.
Clumsy. No need to worry, I've got it now.
As the spirit crouches to pick up the gem, it scoops the gem but cannot make contact with it. It does so over and over.
This is a snare my master never told me of. How great, how subtle the hold of the past upon us.
Alright, let's keep on moving. Oh, shaman. An old shaman hunches over a translucent table. Paint is streaked onto the side of his eyes like flames. She casts an assortment of strange objects into this table: a finger bone, a stalwart tooth, a turtle shell, a few stones painted with symbols. She studies them over and over with disbelieving eyes, and last she looks up.
There is no mistake. The portents do not lie. Zawa, you will be our chieftain. You will succeed Ishapino and lead us to victory over the Kechmata. I will tell Ishapino that he must accept you. The path must be cleared for your reign.
Oh, fight time.
What?
And you be dominated. You're just a troll, so should be able to mind control you.
Good shot.
Oh, and there's a will-o-wisp. And I forgot to set Zawa. Still breathing heavily, Zawa appears deep in thought. He notices your glance.
The shaman's vision always stayed with me. After my master had passed, even after the Takan were conquered, I thought of what the shaman had said and held on to hope. But I wonder if it did not also make me proud and foolhardy. If I ignored my own defeat because I did not believe it possible.
You let your pride get the better of you. The Takan aren't defeated yet. You're still here. Yeah, there's that.
Zawa has done his people no favors as chieftain, and the Quetzalcoatl would mock your words.
Yeah, of course he would. He's the enemy. Doesn't matter what he says, though.
But what you say is true, nevertheless. I will.
Right then, we were following... what were we following? Yeah, we're following the spirit animal. Where did it go?
There! I see it!
You say you see it. Where? Oh, okay. Water is flowing in reverse.
Did you see where it went?
Oh, a haggard man. This man's face is weather-beaten and his eyes sunken deep into his skull. His body is scarcely more than a string of bones. He speaks with great effort, his voice dry and drainy.
Will you help me? Water. From the waterfall, please.
Why from the waterfall, not the pond? Man shakes his head sadly.
It appears to be the same in every way, but alas, it only makes my thirst greater. Only water from the waterfall will do. I wish it were not so.
Alright, let's carry you there.
I have tried, but the water eludes me. I open my mouth and it falls only on either side. I place cupped hands beneath and pull them out dry. Only the first time was I able to taste it. Never have I tasted anything so pure. Ever since, I have not been able to bring myself to leave. I wish only to taste it once more. That would be enough.
So anything we can actually do. Another thing is it offers you a water skin lying beside him.
You will need this to collect the water. I will be forever grateful.
Dude, okay, we got the water skin. Oh hey, the cave is gone. Water flows from a pool at your feet upward onto the rocks above, as though time itself were flowing in reverse. It sounds more like a stream than a waterfall. Examine the water. The column of water is clear and pure. Its flow is steady but not torrential. Other than the direction of its course, it seems ordinary. Okay, then gather some. This skin the water and invert it, filling it steadily. Almost immediately, the water around your hand begins to roil and hiss. You feel an excruciating burning pain as the water begins to eat away at your skin of your fingers. Ignore the pain. Hold the water skin in place despite the agony in your fingers. Skin gives way to flesh and then to bone. And still you feel the water skin in your grip. It's all an illusion, you realize, and with that realization the pain fades. From one moment to the next the enchantment falls away, leaving an ordinary hand holding an ordinary and full water skin. When you go to replace the stopper, something strikes your hand from below, having been carried upward by the waterfall. It drops to the pool. You reach down where it fell and withdraw a handful of jewels, pure and blue as is the waterfall itself. Annoying. Yeah, anything more we can do that. Well, what can we do about the water skin?
Have you had any success?
We were able to capture some water. Oh, really?
Wonderful! I've waited so long.
Okay, I thought we lost it. His fingers tremble with excitement as he closes his hand around the stopper and slowly twists it. The stopper comes free suddenly and flies from his hands, propelled by a violent burst of steam.
Oh no.
He upends the water skin, holding it above his lips, but not a single droplet falls. He shakes it, twists it, squeezes it, all to no avail. The water is gone.
Given his history, I am surprised he had not foreseen this possibility. He longs not for the water, but for the experience of first tasting it. He is bound for disappointment. His suffering is very pretty, yet it feels empty. What value does it have if he refuses to learn from it? Can he not see that he seeks something that can never be recovered?
Does that apply to you in some way, Zawa? Ishipilo sits meditating. He opens his eyes and looks at Zawa.
Hello, pupil. You come to me with a question, do you not?
Yes, Ishipilo. I have sought your wisdom across many lands, over many years. Are you here to grant it to me?
Yes, pupil. I am here for you.
Our people are captives of the Ketchmotl. I need to know the secrets of the Anitle.
Of course. The answer has been with you the whole time. You are blind not to...
Ishipilo breaks down into a coughing fit as he coughs harder. Granules of dust fly from his mouth in plumes.
Master, please, I cannot hear you.
Zawa steadies him by the shoulders, but Ishipilo's cough only worsens. Dust pours from his lips by the mouthful.
Answer me!
Zawa's hands tighten around Ishipilo's frail body. He shakes Ishipilo, but the coughing continues. He shakes him again, and in Zawa's hands, Ishipilo turns to dust. It scatters instantly to the winds. Zawa looks at the dust on his hands, holding them cupped as if to preserve some vital piece of his master's wisdom. Despite his best efforts, the wind carries off the remains, leaving him with nothing. He frowns.
Even after his death, I have always felt that when the time was right, Ishipilo would find a way to teach me his secret. And yet here we are on his trail, and his knowledge is no less a mystery to me. Is this what I am meant to see? That his teachings will always be beyond me?
There is more to this con than Ishipilo's teachings. We aren't done here yet. There must be something more worth learning here. Perhaps it's time to let him go. Yeah, there is more to the con than Ishipilo's teachings.
You speak truly, but his knowledge is the difference between a free Takan and an enslaved Takan. Zawa cannot help but seek it.
Yeah, maybe it is time for you to let go of him. You are too focused on Ishipilo. So let's come down this way then. Oh, is there nothing else? Oh, there's a spirit antelope. An antelope standing gingerly in the muddy grass. Its fur is matted and stained dark around a deep, oozing gash on its left haunch.
Have you come here to eat me?
Yes, we have. Zawa, I think I understand what this all means now. Quick, we have to eat it!
Zawa shakes his head at Haragus, who tips his head downward sadly.
We are not here to eat you, but you are easy prey. Is there nowhere you can hide?
The beast of this place would catch my scent. I would not get far. But there may be a way I could be protected. A great tree grows to the north, whose sap has an odor that is repellent to predators. If you could draw this sap and rub it into my coat, I would be safe. I could heal and return to my herd.
Okay, Durans, can you heal us? And also, why can't we heal it? We're also priests.
I could heal this beast watcher, but not in the way that the monk would want.
I would ask neither kind of healing, as neither has any lesson to offer. Keep to your own trial, Durance, and I will keep to mine.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of interfering. I await the sound of broken bonds or a broken back. There is a music to both if you listen for it.
Alright, fine then. Where's the tree?
To the north, beside a cave. You will not find a larger tree in the forest. Gallowayne speed your steps.
Durans really shouldn't scoff at this whole experience. I mean, they are experiencing the same situation, but the same hallucinations. Yeah, if they're experiencing the same thing, it really does kind of mean something. Right, tree time. Okay. Oh, that's it? Okay. Oh, are we gonna be able to enter through here? Feels like we should. Oh, and she's dead.
We are too late. The wolves have come. It was a mistake to leave the animal here unprotected.
We couldn't have stayed forever. It was bound to die. We did what we thought would give the greatest chance of survival. We might have protected it for a while longer. We should not have left it. Oh, I wonder if we had divided the party, if we could have done that. Yeah, we couldn't have stayed forever. It was bound to die.
That is difficult to accept. In my heart, it feels as though there was more we could have done. In the end, though, the wolves would have come. They can smell weakness from great distances. We may have been bound for failure from the start.
Chieftain Eluia, weird name, hard to say, an unusually tall man with brown leather skin and regal carriage bows to Zawa.
Chief Aurelia, why are you here?
I come on behalf of the Ketchmots to pay you tribute, great chieftain.
Tendons bulge at the sides of Zawa's neck and his fists are clenched. For the first time since he met him, he appears on the brink of losing control. He speaks through gritted teeth.
You have come to see if I am ready to protect my people.
Well, are you?
Yep, fighting that. But I do want to see if we could have left people behind. Alright, so that's leaving you there. Zawa, you can stay there. Joy can go and get the sap on her own. Oh, okay, and then he just pulls everyone together. Alright, so no saving the gazelle. Disappointing, a bit railroady, but that's how it goes.
It was a mistake to leave the animal here unprotected.
Let's see, what was she before we could not have stayed forever is bound to die. Think.
That is difficult to we. You have.
Alright, fight time. And the wolves are enemies too. Wow. Alright, that was a good amount of damage. Zawa contemplates the body of his enemy.
When the catch model chieftain saw me, he knew I was not prepared to resist him. If I had been more convincing, I have always believed they would not have attacked.
Better deception might have kept you safe, it's possible to know. They'd have come for you sooner or later. That is also true.
Zawa sees this now. This was the life of the Takan. We lived knowing that one day the wolves would come. And finally, the day came when we were wounded and could not escape them.
Zawa shakes his head and smiles bitterly.
I have been caught in a snare, worrying over things that could not be changed. These visions shame me with their truths. Ishapilo never warned me of this, but I should have seen it sooner.
Yeah, but would a warning have gotten through to you as opposed to actual experience?
I have become a slave to knowledge I will never learn. I have denied all my failures. Yet, I feel no different, no freer than I was. There is something I am missing, even now.
Oh, are we going to the lake now? Yes, we are.
This may be our answer. Let us see what has been uncovered.
First, some spirit loops. I'm not sure how that actually works, but hey, we are doing hallucinations. Now, if we only hallucinate some easily killed otter dragons or other types of dragons, that'd be excellent for.
You must come with me at once.
Yeah, that'd be excellent for our enchanting our gear.
Zawa, you should not be here. If you are caught, they will execute you, and they will not fail twice.
I do not care about my life, Namaltia. I come to liberate the Takan. We will unite and revolt.
And who will you unite? Our men are dead or broken. Their labors were too cruel. Our women are mothers to catch model children now. The Takan live only in your mind.
Oh, so did everyone else essentially give up or were killed? So did that really happen?
Some years ago, Zawa considered that he might never learn Ishipilo's secret, but he had vowed to return to his people. And so he did. He journeyed to Kachmato, and while their warriors were off raiding, he spoke to the surviving Takan he found there. An argument Zawa had with someone once. Nothing came of it.
Well, who was that?
She was a Nalpazca warrior, eldest daughter of the shaman. She would have been, the wife of the Takan chieftain, if the Takan had not fallen.
Okay, so he lost quite a bit. Never told me. For once, Zawa seems unable to meet your gaze.
Zawa has never spoken of it to anyone.
His face is tense, his skin lacking its usual smoothness. Looks old.
He waited too long in returning. If there was a time to liberate his people, it passed long ago, while he searched for the secret of the Anitle.
So why'd you continue searching if you knew you'd fail? Zawa was quiet a moment.
Ishipilo's knowledge was the one last thing of Takan that might have been recovered. But I see now that I was caught in a snare. The gem, the antelope, the waterfall. Their lessons were not about Ishipilo's secrets. They were about my vow to return to the Takan.
He is quiet again. His eyes search the ground, then seem to fix on something. He looked down, but see only a small worm burrowing into the earth near his feet. He stares in the direction for a time. Then slowly he looks up at you.
The time of my people has ended. There is nothing more I can do for them.
The words seem to surprise him. See, the Takan lived their time and made their mark on the world. They need nothing more from you. What you do from here on out is for your soul alone. You are the last Takan. What you do now, you do in their memory. The culture of the Takan and the Nalpazca warriors still exist within you. You can still carry it forward. Yeah, so you can either let people down completely or try to teach new people. Yeah, let's go with the culture of the Khan and Nalpazca warriors still exist within you. You can still carry it forward.
Their time on Aora was too brief. There is much the rest of the world might have learned from them. Much that I might yet share.
Zawa looks around and smiles flatly.
The dream fades around us. I believe it is time to return.
The brilliant colors around you seem to dull, shifting objects to settle into their true forms. Zawa appears the same as he always has. The same shredded skin, the same fluid posture. Only the look in his eyes has changed. Zawa was granted Anitle. To the waterline added, the quest expires in 3 days. Oh hey, new quest. Oh, diving helmet. Alright, are you busy? Okay, double Karak, you can go again.
Zawa is ready. What do you need of Zawa?
Yeah, you seem different. Oh, have you been in my Malkakoa pouches? Zawa smiles. In some ways, I am much the same as I was. My people are ended, and I could not help them. This will always color my thoughts. Yet, in all my years of searching, there was something I had not allowed myself. And what would that be? When a Nalpazca dies, the body is laid in a pit. All who know him takes turn dropping worms into the pit with the body. We do it to learn to embrace death, but also to speed him onto his next life. It is our way of saying farewell. Tradition says that if we do not do this, the deceased warrior's spirit remains trapped in the body. Though it is tempting to keep his spirit to ourselves, we fail him if we do not let him pass on. In the Makakoa vision we shared, I saw that all of Takan was in that pit now. I was the only one left who could cast the worms. They were waiting on Zawa. You say Zawa is different, and I believe I am in this one way. I am different because I have cast the worms. It was with your guidance that I came to do this, and I will continue to walk your path until I have returned the favor. Nice. Bit of a sad ending for Zawa, at least the revelation. But a nice story, all the same.
Zawa is ready.
So what exactly did this get you? A passive that gives you 10% attack speed. Pretty good. So Sagana didn't get anything from her quest, it seems like. Neither did Haravius. Grieving Mother, no. Okay, so I guess not everyone gets anything.
Very well.
Right, so with that one done, let's head back to Twin Elms. Oh right, there's a dragon. Yeah, let's deal with that first. Yeah, quick attempt, since there's not that much time. Try to resolve it peacefully, if not, try a few attempts at killing it, and then probably end it there for the day. How are your stats, by the way? Wasn't your resolve supposed to be boosted? Still only 17. Yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on with that. You don't have any other buffs that would be taking priority. "13 base plus 1 from mental prowess plus 3 from the chopper wrestling bonus." But it was a 17 before. Oh, getting a bit too high in the benevolent. So that one boosting your might, and okay, that's the wrong gauntlet. Okay, this one just grants you knockdown per encounter. Really, that's the belt we have you. Right then, should maybe find you a different one. Any of these with resolve. This Constitution, survival. No. Just went stealth, but to a minus. That's damage reduction. Also damage reduction. Can you be upgraded? No. Good to make it legendary, but that's only damage reduction. Oh, we can actually do resolve here. Do we want to waste that on this armor? Yeah, there may be other abilities we want. Let's see, hand and keys and medium armor. Okay, we can go with that. And then we can enchant that. Yeah, +2 resolve. Okay, resolve is at 19. Then to boost your intelligence. Okay, that one boosts might. So we need something. We already made that, didn't we? There you are.
As you say.
I go need both foods.
Very well.
You again. Oh.
Yes, us again.
I could still kill you for this annoyance.
Okay, did you eat? You got her.
Was that the rodent's name? I only know that he tasted mealy and lean.
Yep. This one's
While
soul.
he lived, his suffering became mine. I can never be strong while a soul twin of mine lives.
Zawa frowns thoughtfully. I always felt that if I had a soul twin, we'd be good friends. And I considered the advantages of being able to pummel them. Right, we had you before. Never mind.
Since I was a worm, eventually I noticed
Yeah, we're going through all
something
this.
similar in my fellow hatchlings.
How you become linked with their
felt
siblings?
their cries. I don't waste my time with the mysteries of souls. What son I killed as many of the other hatchlings as I
Yep, went through all
slaughtered,
this.
and at last, only a handful of us were left. We
Heard
were
of rare
sickened by all
instances
we
in which a
consumed
soul
and
twins could
suffered.
absorb one another's essence.
Then you understand my choice. Vanquish or... I eventually hunted down some of my missing siblings. Others returned to me in other skins and other lives, as that boy did.
See. Could you have grown stronger by uniting with your soul twins?
Remaining fettered to them, hoping they never think to turn on me.
Something turns noisily in the dragon's stomach.
As interesting as this conversation has been, I've had enough of it.
Let's see, calm down, friends are more useful than enemies. Looks like you still crunching and splintering the bone beneath his teeth, between his teeth.
Perhaps you're right. Yet what will you offer me if I let you go?
So you spare your life as a watcher could sever your connection with their soul twins. Do we have this option before?
Lies! You would make me vulnerable. How foolish I was to nearly fall for your tricks.
You're wicked even now, let me help you. Okay, I don't think that one worked before. Meaning no harm, that's probably different. No. What you've got to lose by trusting me. Resolve 17. Listen to my voice and know that I tell the truth. I will help you. Right, was that part of it or not? Now let's start with perception, and then we can just reload back through all this. Now if it's only 17, it shouldn't need it to use food then. Actually, we might be able to use our current armor then in case we stay in a fight. Nope, okay, if that's a fight. Alright, so we'll try the resolve option next. Result 19, intelligence 17. Beat the food? No.
I will.
You again. I could still kill you. Was that the rodent snake? I could... Eventually, I noticed something. At last. Then I eventually hunted down some of my As interesting as this conversation. Yet what will you...
Down, that's a watcher. Alright, resolve time. The spine along his back relax and it lowers his outstretched wings. What was the resolve? Listen to my voice, and I know that I tell the truth, I will help you.
Very well, but I warn you.
The dragon narrows his eyes to watch you approach. As you draw close, you feel the shape of the dragon's soul. Something about it seems broken, and you feel a place that leaks essence like blood. Gathering the energy of your own essence, you extend yourself to the wound in the dragon's soul and cauterize it. The beast roars, and decently you worry that it will bring the cave down on your head if it doesn't bite you in two first. But you hold on as the wound in the dragon's essence fuses shut. Hear it shrieks, recede. At last you pull back and feel the physical world take shape around you once more.
I feel it. Some part of me aches, yet another part is healed. I no longer feel the tug of so many others.
He cocks his head and gazes at the icy walls in contemplation.
You have done as you said. Now, take this and consider the debt paid.
Alright then. Okay, peace resolved.
I won't harm you or those who travel with you, but I make no promises for any others who wander into my cave. Now, please, leave me to rest.
Alright, fair enough. I don't know how much resolve we had last time. Yeah, it didn't seem like it'd be that hard to get that much resolve. Oh, Itamak. Waterline completed. After traveling north from Godhammer Citadel, Devil Karak arrived in the Recapture port city of Benhalt. Several pirates had landed there and sold much of the stolen booty. Tips and rumors from merchants and criminal elements led Devil of Karak to the Bone Isles, a small archipelago northwest of Recapture. The more foolhardy pirates put up a fight, but most of them fled with a small scraps of cargo. In the end, Devil Karak managed to recover over half of what was stolen. One item, a small curious diving bell, went unclaimed by the conglomerate of merchants who had paid for the recovery. Okay, a diving bell. Defense against poison attacks and defense against dragon breath attacks. Okay, useful. Useful, but we do tend to negotiate with dragons rather than actually try to kill them. And then we have lots to go. So what about the Van braces we got? 5% of misses converted to grazes, 3DR bypass, and 5% damage reduction for slash. Okay, not bad. Could be used to convert off the might. Yeah, it's gonna be damage bonus. Probably can't do this because we're combat, yeah. Alright, we have to run all the way around. Knowing that these things respawn and cause that. Oh no, okay, Itamak is fine. So, out of this? Yes. Yeah, slightly lower toughness. Slightly lower primary damage. but still not that bad since we have the DR bypass. Right, so that's settled. Let's go ahead and end it there then. So yeah, a lot of good progress. Completed almost all the side quests, I think. Yeah, cleared out all the companion quests except for Duran's. Yeah, not sure what exactly is his trigger or not. If it's resting or other issues. But yeah, only Duran's is still going on. Otherwise, we more or less cleared everything out. We still have the Blade of the Endless Path to deal with. But yeah, we're kind of ready to set with weapons, so probably don't need to worry about this one too much. And then bounty on the War Chief. Still don't know where the Velwood is. So that hasn't popped up. But again, it's just money and experience, which we don't really need. So we can go ahead and ignore that. As for Song of the Wild, yeah, I don't feel like tracking on the birds. Yeah, don't feel like tracking on the birds, and we never run across them. So yeah, we are set to just focus on the main quest stuff for next time. Yeah, which will be entering into the tower, praying a bit, trying to get the favor of one of the gods, and then jumping into a pit at the burial isle. And then we'll just see what comes next. Which, yeah, there isn't a whole lot to the Act 3 quest, and then Act 4 is even shorter. So potentially we'll be finishing this sometime next week. At which point, yeah, we have to move on to something else. Yeah, thinking of something other than a CRPG for the follow-up game. Might go with Wild of Myth. Saw that game a while ago, some other streams. Looked interesting. Bit of an RPG story maker kind of deal going on, where you follow a number of your party members through their entire life as well as their children. Might go with the original Stalker game. The first Stalker game. Maybe, if I can get that to work. Or Morrowind. I'm playing a lot of Oblivion, so kind of moved from Morrowind. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give this a bit more thought. But that is, yeah, so that'll be for later. Anyways, tomorrow then, yeah, we'll be back with RimWorld, continuing on with our agents in building their little HQ. Though we are kind of at the extent of what we can build. So maybe we'll finally, well, keep on saying that, but like finally start off with the, well, dealing with the anomaly entities and all that. So maybe yes, or maybe just more building. Anyways, that is for tomorrow as well as a few days afterwards. And then Saturday will be more Total War Warhammer 3, continuing our Gorbad Legendary run, where we continue to barely survive and focus completely on the wrong area to complete the long victory. Yeah, still ways to go from that, though the battles are quite long. Yeah, with that one we're going to start off with a number of battles against the Skaven in their, yeah, in a bunch of fortified settlements. Those are usually pretty lengthy, so probably won't actually have too much progress. But yeah, that is for Saturday, and as I said, those return to will continue next week on Sunday. So, nothing else. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels, depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, it's on my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Imri_EE, I am RE_E, and Blue Sky at Imri-EE. So, more or less the same thing. Just the difference between dash or underscore, depending on what you prefer. Otherwise, if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day at about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes. Bye, Scotty. So yeah, regardless of the weird start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here, and as I said, I do try to stream every day between those times. So, with that being said, thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happened to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all always entertained, and that you have a good day or night, whichever you happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.